Yes.
$100 million. A waste of money?
It depends what they really want it for, isn't it? It's more than likely there's some strategic element in this where they're saying they're going off to examine to see if there's any beings in space, but really what they're doing is seeing how the land lies up there to establish a space station where they can keep an eye on us down here.
Absolute rubbish at this point, because we've done a programme, as you know, which is coming out on Channel 4 on Sunday, and I've talked to the guys who've been lobbying the American government for 30 years because they really do believe there are very intelligent alien beings out there who could teach us a thing or two. And these guys have been banging their heads against brick walls saying, all we need is some finance to try to tune in to signals that might just be going through the Earth even as we speak. And if they had the microchips and the radio telescopes in order to actually tune into those signals, we might stand to learn a great deal.
Yes, but is this the way we learn a great deal, one wonders? Raj Persaud, I mean, for years people have been coming forward and saying, I have seen an extraterrestrial, a close encounter of the third kind or whatever. And you have interviewed, dealt with people who've actually, or actually believe they've seen extraterrestrials.
This is the problem. I mean, what is the hard evidence that there are aliens out there or extraterrestrials? The only hard evidence we have are groups of people who claim to have seen lights in the sky and UFOs. Some people claim to have met aliens. Some people even claim to have been abducted by aliens. And I have a couple of people who I've met who actually claim to be aliens. Now,
I think I know those people.
The problem is when you interview these people and when psychiatrists and psychologists study these people, they find that these are not members of the general population. These are not ordinary people. They're people who have quite clearly a different set of beliefs. They are fantasy-prone, they tend to believe in the paranormal, spiritualism, all sorts of weird beliefs that most people don't have.
Let's see. Well, you can judge at home, you can judge here in the audience, because we actually have people who claim that they have seen extraterrestrials and been spirited away by them or taken away. Linda Jones is one such person. I don't know how representative you are of the general population, but tell us your story, Linda. It happened 13 years ago.
It happened 13 and a half years ago. I was walking down the riverbank near where I live, and this object came overhead of us. It was like a glowing ball, like an oval shape. We ducked in the grass because we thought this object was going to hit us. The object then veered over to the right of us, dropped vertically in a field. We ran to have a look to see what it was, and it was this girder-shaped, lattice-shaped thing, shaped like a boat, with a light on the top that seemed to be separated, and it was just hovering roughly 2 foot off the ground, not making any noise at all.
Now, you believe you were actually taken away by this thing?
I underwent regressive hypnosis 10 years ago, and I can only quote what I have seen on videotapes. I do not remember my account.
You don't remember, but basically, briefly, what happened under hypnosis? What do you believe happened?
We thought we ran away from this object, but under hypnosis it's a very different story. We ran into this being, dark-suited, slanted eyes, a tall being, and then there was a sensation of floating, then an examination.
Okay, that's Linda's story. Alan Godfrey has a story, and Alan Godfrey's a policeman. As we all know, policemen don't tell lies. Let's, what's your story?
It's not Channel 4, is it? I take offence to what that guy said, that the general public that do see UFOs generally believe that they've seen them. I was on patrol, and another 6 police officers, that's including myself, actually saw a UFO. I got within 25 yards of one. It was actually down on the ground. It wasn't up in the sky. It was down on the ground. It was blocking a main road, and I got within 25 yards of it. And I've never, ever seen an object like it before or since.
Well, Raj, does that make this man unbalanced?
No, I'm not saying that people who've experienced UFOs or claim to have been abducted by aliens are unbalanced. What I'm saying is that in the realm of human experience, these people have definitely experienced something. The question is, have they experienced what actually they claim to have experienced? That's the real question.
Put it this way. I stand up in a court of law and give evidence. I give evidence on numerous things.
As a policeman?
As a policeman, as what I've seen. I saw this object, as did other police officers, It was not of this earth. Believe you me.
How do you know it wasn't of this?
Oh, well, obviously it was on Earth.
Yes, exactly.
So
Could
it's
it have
quite
been something
funny.
military?
The Americans
why
denied
do
the
people-
stealth bomber. It could be
Why do people who
man-made.
claim to see things that are unusual think they're extraterrestrial? You see, the
I
point
don't
is,
think they're
I strongly
extraterrestrial,
believe
dear.
that most...
Well, let's see, what is the
Can
difference,
I
Heather?
put the
Yeah.
scientist's point of view here?
Yeah.
The scientists who are doing this SETI search, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence at the moment, are not people who claim to have seen people coming out of UFOs. They're people who think that statistically the odds are in favour of life in space. We are a very ordinary planet going around a very ordinary star. There are 9 planets going around our sun. Our sun, there are probably about 200 billion suns in our galaxy. Ergo, there are billions of planets. The stuff that you and I are made of, the chemicals we're made of, are extremely common. The carbon that we're made of, which makes up virtually everything on Earth, from a leaf to an amoeba to you and I. Now, we scientists do believe that life is common, but what we don't believe, because it's virtually impossible in terms of energy terms, to actually travel through space, even if you were actually going to do it millions of years of advanced life ahead of ours, it would just not be cost effective to make that journey.
Right, so, yeah.
What you are saying is at our present level of knowledge. Now, you remind me of the early Marconi radio experiments. Did not physicists say that Marconi was talking out of the back of his neck because radio curves cannot travel around the curvature of the Earth's surface? But when he conducted his experiment, transmitting a radio message from, I believe, a ship in New York Harbor to Cornwall, what they reckoned without with was the ionosphere. The radio waves can bounce. Now, what you're saying, basically, you're speaking at our level of knowledge. You said before there could be a lot of civilizations out there, more advanced than us, more intelligent than us.
Yes.
You are really trying to gag their level of knowledge. Why not just say, we don't know what Alan Godfrey saw. We don't know.
Okay, but
Question
she's
mark.
saying this is the most effective way to use resources to try and find out what is out there, is it?
No, I mean $100 million, which is really a shot in the dark, and that's putting it mildly. I take offence at what the gentleman said there. Myself and my colleagues can produce numerous eyewitnesses, two of which you've just spoken to today. There is also a small amount of photographs and physical evidence as well. And
What is this evidence?
well, if you just let me finish, he also claimed that people who claim these experiences are fantasy prone. That is incorrect. Psychological testing in the United States of so-called abductees did in fact show that they were just general members of the public from all walks of life. They were not fantasy prone. They
But
were not
why
clinically
do these
insane.
creatures, if they're that much more intelligent than we are on Earth, choose people, I mean, they're nice people enough, choose our friend who's a policeman and our lady, a friend there, why choose them when they're seem to be miles away from anywhere, you know? If I was an intelligent being from outer space, instead of just one from Hackney, I would turn up
You say,
in Parliament or the royal family.
right,
or
just
something.
come out in the open, come out where you can be seen. Now, it's also funny, it also has to be said
Stay away from Parliament if I were you.
In human terms, you're looking at it from the
Well, I
viewpoint
happen
of
to
a
be
human
human,
being.
yes.
We're
I have to
dealing
admit
with,
to that.
inverted commas, an alien phenomenon. That doesn't necessarily mean extraterrestrials, but we are dealing with an alien phenomenon.
Okay, want to talk about evidence here and what these aliens make themselves visible to. They tend to like policemen quite a lot because, take a look at this. Tell me what you make of this. Now, this is a picture, again, Peter, you can explain this, taken by a policeman on Yorkshire Moor, Ilkley Moor, yeah?
Yes, this is one we did earlier, using the British police. Actually, it was taken on the 1st of December 1987 by a former police officer who was walking across the moors.
Right, now what is that? Is it a Yeti? Is that what you regard as physical evidence? Is it a tree stump? What is that? What do you think that is? You're a UFO expert.
I don't lay any claims to what this photograph is. It's 4 foot 6 inches tall, we know that, because we've taken measurements. We have had a lot of help with this case from various scientists and analysts and so on. We can't get
you
to
name
the
them?
bottom of it.
Can you name the scientists, please?
Yes, Dr. Ray Leonard, who's head of the Total Technology Department at UMIST. He's assisted us on this case.
What did he say?
Yeah,
What
Well,
is that?
he says he doesn't have an explanation for it.
So he says he
But
doesn't
that is
know.
a fair assessment.
But it's
yes, so
an
it doesn't
alien,
get
for
us
goodness
anywhere,
sake. Couldn't it be
You're
a-
talking
couldn't
about
it be a
aliens.
different-
I'm not talking about aliens.
Right,
I'm
okay.
talking about an unknown phenomenon.
But what do you think the photograph
The witness getting back to this gentleman, the witness has been tested by a clinical psychologist,
He ought to be.
and his assessment is the man is not fantasy prone.
But what do you think the photograph proves exactly?
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily saying the photograph proves anything.
Well, so what's
but
the point?
photograph is there, and it needs to be
But
investigated.
there are cases of photographs
But
of
it could be
fairies.
anything.
It's no good. It's no good.
Even in Yorkshire again, there were fairies were photographed.
This is important.
Oh, I think
in
so.
1990, there was a rush of multi-radar visual sightings over Belgium. I, earlier this year, interviewed a Professor Schweitzer, a Belgian physicist who had been investigating this phenomenon. I went to his hotel in London with my video camera and spent an hour of his time interviewing him. Basically, what he was saying is that what was seen could not be explained in terms of any known aircraft or any known atmospheric or aerial phenomenon. All right, what have you got left? Question mark. We don't know.
Okay.
I think you gentlemen have closed minds. You're saying it can't be.
No, not at
I'm
all.
saying we
What
don't
I'm
know.
saying is
We're
this,
posing
if
the
we
question.
start
I've
believing,
got it in
if we
mind.
start believing what large groups of people claim to have seen without hard, concrete evidence, you have to start believing the Loch Ness Monster, Atlantis.
Yeah, but we
a
do.
whole series of
But it is
things.
like the Loch Ness Monster, isn't it? I mean, we actually, isn't there something
Eamon,
within us that
Can I
actually
come
wants to
back to say
believe
the
that there is
problem,
something
the
out there?
problem that let me go back to this search in America again. We've suddenly got, well, it's $10 million for the first year just to literally use a radio telescope to see if you can find signals coming from stars, or rather planets going around stars out there. The reason why the researchers have had to lobby for 30 years to get this money is because they have been tarred with the brush of people saying, you are out looking for little green men. People like yourselves are discrediting the community of scientists who are looking for life.
But there are also problems with Heather's argument.
Fostered
Yeah.
by, I have to say, by the media. This thing of little green men, from outer space. There
Wasn't-
is
wasn't
a
Little Green
phenomenon,
Man,
there is a
wasn't he? He was 4'6".
UFO phenomenon that deserves to be addressed scientifically, and it is being done, but it's being done on the quiet. It's not
Yeah.
being done
Okay,
in the mainstream.
whether it's a little
science.
green man, whether it's a radar pulse, whatever it is, if there is something out there and it bounces back towards us, are we psychologically prepared for whatever comes back?
I think that's another problem that Heather and the NASA scientists aren't confronting.
We
which
are.
is which is that they're out there looking for something,
Yes.
but they're not dealing with the question of what would actually happen if
we
they
are
found
indeed.
So what-
something and
Yeah,
if they were prepared
okay.
for that.
It's
But
a
there's
very
another point.
important
But
question.
there's another point
Yes.
that Heather, for example, isn't confronting. She's talked about statistical evidence. She said it's statistically likely that there's likely to be life on other planets. Well, that's based on a notion of how likely it was that life evolved on our planet.
Yes.
We
I
don't
take
know.
that point, Raj.
We don't know
No.
how life
Let
evolved
Heather
on this
answer.
planet.
I do take that
We don't
point
know how
entirely.
life evolved on this planet,
We
so there's
don't-
no way you can start making probabilistic decisions about the likelihood of life
Heather,
evolving on
briefly
our
answer that,
planet.
because I want to talk to Dr. Jack Cole
Sure,
here.
absolutely, because Jack has got his alien on his lap, and his
Yes.
alien is not house-trained, that alien, and it might just wet his lap in a moment, so we have to be very,
Not
very
at
careful.
all happy.
But I will quickly address
It'll
that
leave a
question.
Right, are we
Just a second.
prepared for something coming back in these signals?
Let me answer two questions. First of all, Raj, you've brought up a very important point. Although the conditions on our planet, and we think the conditions on many planets are suitable for life, life might not have evolved there. You might have all the chemicals which were there, but they might not, the spark might not be there, as it were, to get them together to make life. We didn't find life on Mars, and that was disquieting.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm
point
asking
one,
you is-
Point two, which I'm coming
Right,
to in a
okay.
moment. Are we prepared psychologically? Yes. These poor old SETI researchers have been waiting for
Are you
30 years,
prepared?
remember?
Are you prepared? What a story.
They are fully prepared for any message. Now, there was a wonderful novel by Fred Hoyle a few years ago called The Black Cloud, where the alien
No, I
intelligence
remember
was...
War of the Worlds. That's the one I remember.
Oh,
That
well,
wasn't
it's a
by Fred
little bit
Hoyle.
along from that. And the Black Cloud was an alien entity floating through space which dumped its full sum total of knowledge on this poor scientist, blew his gaskets, blew his brains. He wasn't prepared for it. The scientists here are going to be very careful analysing any message we get. Yes, we are prepared.
But we weren't
Why
prepared,
Over to Jack.
we weren't
You're
prepared for
prepared,
coming
but
out of
the
the
public-
ERM, far less for
Well,
meeting an
tell the public.
extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
The public are prepared.
This SETI project,
And
they
the-
don't think the public's prepared because they're not going to immediately release this
course
information.
they will.
I've
You
read, no, they're not. I've
Oh,
read
yes,
the
they
literature.
are.
Prepared.
I've read the literature, and
Okay,
they
let-
are not going
okay,
to
let's
release
hear
I know
the
the
Jack
researchers.
Cohen here.
They're
immediately. It will
prepared
be
in
several
quite
months.
a different way, and we're not now talking science, we're talking science fiction. We're talking Beam Me Up Scotty. We're talking aliens as items replacing elves in children's stories. We're talking about a whole ambience in Western culture. Part of the Make a Human kit
Okay.
that we give to kids includes
Dr.
aliens.
Cohen, hold on,
Is
hold on.
there.
Now, talking about Beam Me Up, Scotty, I mean, we do get a lot of our images about what we think aliens look like from programs like Star Trek.
Indeed.
Right. You would not agree. Basically, in films,
Basically, no.
they're humanoid of some form or other.
Alas, they are, because
What's
it's so
this?
much
Our little
cheaper.
friend. Tell us about our
Well,
little
our little
friend.
friend here is an attempt by my friend Dougal Dixon, who's a very good scientist in his own right, an evolutionary biologist. He has a lot of experience, as several of us have, in saying, if it hadn't happened the way it did here, what are the hinge points? What are the different things that could have happened? If we ran evolution differently here, Raj believes, being a doctor, that you have to be able to make decisions only
Well,
with
what sort of
concrete
planets
evidence.
would something like that come from? It looks like a big bed
anyone.
bug to
It
me.
might have been here had we not turned up.
Not that I know what a bed bug looks like, not that I
Hang on a
have
minute, Eamon, just hold a moment. I will get something out. Here is something. It's a lot more like me. It's a lot more like me than any alien.
Oh, that one's alive. What is that?
Well, the aliens we're
Keep it away
talking
from that
about
woman,
are alive, Eamon. Come on. We're not talking about stuffed things. We're not talking about people. Can we
What
have
is
a
that?
close-up on this from over there? Where's
Yes,
it?
we can. You're okay. You're on.
Right.
What
If you
is
could
that?
just get his face, it's a stick insect from Australia. It's my cousin. It's so similar to me compared with extraterrestrial life.
But so why do we want to go and communicate with something like that? That's what
I
we're
don't
going to
think
be
we
able to
do.
communicate back to.
This is a very poor and rather uncomplicated
Okay.
bit of life on our planet.
Right, well, let me
But
put
I-
another scenario. Nicholas Booth, let me put another scenario here. Just say we make contact with something like there, and it's meaner, bigger, uglier than we are. I mean, are we not dicing with death here? Is
I
this not
think we'd
quite
have already
dangerous?
heard from them. If they were that mean and nasty, they'd already be here. And I think also that there's an American scientist called Frank Drake, who's in this famous thing called the Drake's equation of trying to work out the probability of life forming. And one of the factors is hostility. If it's an aggressive civilization, they probably would have killed themselves off by now. So they wouldn't get to the point where we'd even see them.
Well, no, they might have killed us off if they were a hostile civilization across the galaxy and had the technology to come here. And one thing we have to remember in this whole search for extraterrestrials is that the Earth is a newcomer on the galactic scene. I mean, the galaxy was around for 10 billion years before the Earth came along, so there could be civilizations much more advanced than us. And if they were hostile, then they've had a long time to get here and wipe us
And the
out.
other thing, it's only a search. We're not saying hello, we're
Well, look,
waiting for the signal.
The other thing is, you can all talk, but these two people say they've seen it.
They've seen something.
They've seen
They
something,
didn't say,
undoubtedly.
neither of them said that they saw aliens from other planets. They were very sensible. They said, we've seen something we didn't understand. The
But
gentleman
do you
there
believe,
said it
Alan,
was
that it was an alien
meaning
from another planet? It certainly
outside
was nothing
experience.
from this planet.
I've never ever said that I've met an alien.
Sure.
I wouldn't know what I'd do if I met one. I mean, I've met a lot of people, and I mean, that guy over there looks more like an alien to me, and he behaves like an alien.
I should send him to Coventry if
Could I
I
come
were
in here regarding these hypnotic regression experiments? I would like to discuss them with the psychiatrist afterwards.
Can I
Excuse me. For the last 11 years, I have, by hiring a number of doctors, conducted hypnotic regression experiments on witnesses like Alan here and Linda, who, following their UFO sighting, have an amnesia. Now, this is the interesting part. Not so much that they see a UFO, but something else triggers off the amnesia.
But isn't it
And
very
now, let me finish.
convenient?
Under hypnosis, these people didn't know each other at the time. I've done about 15 individuals to about 3 or 4 cases, multiple sightings. These people didn't know of each other. Under hypnosis, their accounts are virtually the same. Their blood pressure soars, their pulse rate soars. They are very distressed under hypnosis, and after hypnosis, they cannot remember what they have said, which is why you ask them, have they seen aliens? They don't know, because they can't remember what they've
Okay,
said.
you've talked to these
Yes.
people. What do
Yes.
you believe?
Personally, I think they are being abducted by something, but I don't know what. And I don't know why, nor where from. But
Don't you find that the fact there's amnesia, it's very, very convenient?
convenient for what?
Well, that obviously they can't remember at the time. What does regression prove? It could prove anything.
Well, yes, but the account is the same in each case.
Abductees that actually do have amnesia, and they don't all go under regressive hypnosis. And when you compare the full conscious testimony with the testimony that Harry's just talked about under regressive hypnosis, there is no...
But what does it prove? It doesn't prove anything.
If
Well, no-
this spaceship comes...
No, it
You know,
proves
when you look-
something because
You're
there is a
talking about-
Heather, when you look at this space,
Hold on. No, there is
let's get a
similarity
scientific
of account
aspect on
which
this
must
again.
prove something.
Heather, when you look at what we have achieved in space over the past 30 years or so, landing on the moon, going to Mars, visiting practically every planet there is in our solar system, How far off the day do you think that we are from journalists being invited along to a press conference in Washington, D.C. and an ET placed up on a table there?
I don't think there'll be an ET placed on a table because it would take ET a long time to get here. Even travelling at a tenth the speed of light, which frankly is the fastest you can go without ploughing into a lot of debris in space, it would just sandblast your spaceship, you would actually probably have an ET message. I would go as far as to say that I strongly believe within 10 years we will have a message from ET which will actually be absolutely mind-blowing, and that's going to be in Washington, D.C.
Well, on that note, I'm afraid.
But here in Hillsdale, a Michigan County seat town and the home of Hillsdale College, 87 co-eds aren't sure. They say that together, on a Monday night in early April, they watched a craft of some kind for several hours.
Well, about 11:20 or so, I was in this room, and there'd been a thunderstorm outside, and several of us were watching what was left of the storm. It had actually ended about 10:30, but we were watching, the light rain outside, and we saw a bright white light right over there. You can see out the window. And at first we thought it was a house because it was so luminous and so bright. It was a big light. And then about 15 minutes later it changed color. It was red. And then it went back to white, and then it moved up, just like this, level. The light stayed in the same position. And then a green light came on. And all the time when all the girls were running to the windows looking, all I kept saying, what is it? We weren't scared at all. We just wanted to know what it was. And the police cars, as they headed down the road, their headlights were aimed in the direction of 3 lights that we saw. At this point, the red light and the green light went out, and the white light became very, very dim. And the object went way down into the trees, and it was almost completely invisible. We had to strain our eyes to see it. Now, many people said, well, it probably is some kind of a weather balloon or something, but actually, I think the opinion of many people was that it was from somewhere outside our universe. There was only once that I thought I saw a shape, and it was a disc-shaped, there was a silver reflection. And as I said, the lights were going like this. Now there's an airport beacon light over to the right. It was over to the right and above the object. And it appeared to us that this thing was trying to get up through the light. And it would go up, and then when the light would come back around to where it would go down again. And it was moving back this whole time. And as I said, it was a very brilliant green. It wasn't like an airplane light or a light you see on a neon sign. Maybe it was unmanned, maybe there was something in it. My opinion is that I thought there was probably somebody in it coming down to check, to see the environment, to see if possible if they could get out, and just looking around, looking at the trees and stuff. Maybe they don't have trees, maybe they don't have this. And it's also, why should we be egotistical enough to think that we are the only people in the universe?
Since then, it seems like everything that we've said and everything that other people have said, they seem to try and whitewash it, cover it up. And I don't know, I don't really think it's a government project or anything like that. But if it is something from another planet, I think they're trying to keep it fairly quiet.
This is Hillsdale, and the girls at Hillsdale College had a night to remember.
Well, when I was looking out the window with the binoculars, I guess it was about 12, I saw it, and I saw 2 red lights, and I saw what looked to be shaped like a pie. I could just see the front of it, and I just saw the round front, and I could see the lights on either side. And then the red light was sort of casting a glow over the whole thing, so it looked like a round disc.
At first, when I'd heard the other girls talk about it, I believed them, yet I couldn't really make myself comprehend it because I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. But then when I saw it, I just was fascinated. I wasn't afraid. I just wanted to stay there and keep my eyes glued to it. I couldn't leave.
I know I saw it, but, I know myself I saw it, but I don't I believe I saw it, but I can't fathom it because it seems so unreal.
We was going out State Street, and we was not really looking for anything in particular, but there was we thought it was an airplane coming, and it was coming towards us, and we kept our eye on it, and as we went out, it kept coming lower and lower till we thought we better stop because we were going to miss seeing what it was. And as we stopped, the object got real low, even with us building.
At one point, I thought it was going to come towards the car, but it was about 200 yards from us, maybe 225. And, not yards, feet, excuse me. And it was behind this, there was this meatpacking house. And it seemed to just disappear right behind that because we backed up. And just that quick, it was gone. I don't know what happened to it. It's really extraordinary.
It was blue, maybe 3 lights, blue with a white in it, and right down the middle was little red dots. And it was as big as an airplane, but I would say it was more like a helicopter without the propeller.
No, I don't think I was scared. I was just amazed. You don't think about, oh, let me get my camera or something like that. You just sit there with your mouth open. And what is it? And I thought it was a helicopter. No noise or anything. It just seemed like a glider, gliding plane, just gliding along. No noise at all.
It didn't do anything. It would just glide so easy and just smooth, and it just kept going real smooth. It didn't go up or down. It just stayed on an even pace.
A rash of
I got right over to this stone over here, I'd say close to this stone wall, and this is when this thing appeared, and it was like it came out of nowhere. I was just zap. It came in my mother's kitchen, asked where I was. He said, "Where's Norm?" She says, "In the living room." And he marched right out there without asking or anything. And he said, "You, shut your mouth."
Hello, my name is Dean Merchant. I'm a local historian. I'm here with my wife, Pam, today. And we're at the site of the principal part of the incident at Exeter that occurred in Labor Day weekend, September 3rd, 1965. This was a very interesting location because there were 3 separate sightings that we know of that happened here that infamous night. The first was a fairly good-sized family that saw the brilliant red fireball, blood red UFO out here, out over beyond the fences in here in the pasture land. And then at midnight, Norman Muscarello was thumbing home from his girlfriend's at Kensington, Amesbury, New Hampshire, just down the way there, and was coming along here, and he had a crimson blood red UFO come up over him the size of a football field, the size of a barn, and it turned the horse farm to this direction, blood red, as well as the dining farmhouse the other side over here. And young Muscarello was so frightened he actually dove behind a stone wall. And we're not sure, there's a little piece of stone wall here left. It's changed. There's a few newer homes in here. It took him a bit. He pounded on one of the homes, the doors of one of the homes, and they didn't open up, fearing it was somebody who was drunk. But he did manage to flag down a car with a couple in it and hitch a ride into Exeter to the Exeter police station. So he came in pale as a ghost, trembling, trying to light a cigarette to tell his story about the occurrence out here on Route 150, which locals call a UFO alley. And as he was telling it to the sergeant at the desk, Reginald Scratch Toland, Eugene Bertram, the toughest policeman on the Exeter police force, arrived, and he had just had an experience of 2 women out on Route 101 that runs from Manchester, New Hampshire, main road over to the seacoast to Hampton Beach area. And they had said they'd been chased by a red UFO, bright red light from Epping, about 10 miles down to Route 85 crosses on the road, and he found them there trembling and terrified, pulled off to the side. So he had taken their story, but that's kind of as far as it went until he got to the police station and heard young Muscarello's story. So he put young Muscarello into his car, 18-year-old, about to be a naval recruit, head off to the Navy, and they drove back up here. And they got out of the car. This was field here. There was a fence further back. And they started walking down into the field down below. You can see it's quite extensive. And didn't see a thing. And then all of a sudden, up from behind the tree line, far down in the back, and the trees were tall pines, kind of as they are now. I'm sure it's a different generation of those, but up came that red UFO, and it came towards them, and the brilliant bright red light flooded them. They were feeling they were going to be irradiated. Gene Bertram, the policeman, drew out his .38 service revolver, pointed it skyward, thought better of that. He said young Muscarello was quite paralyzed, so he dragged the teenager back to his automobile. And but he said, he called into the station, and he said, I see the damn thing myself. At that same time, David Hunt, another patrolman, was on his way out. He joined the other two, and he also saw it a little bit more in the distance. It wavered over the site here. It yawed. It floated like a leaf. Classic features of what people report in UFOs. And it was watched between Muscarello and Bertram for about 15 minutes. So the first family saw it at 10 o'clock in the evening. Muscarello at 12:30. Back at 1:30, 2 o'clock came the policeman. So it was 3 incidents that we know of over a very prolonged period of time, and that was very unusual. And then it took off in the distance towards Hampton. There was a phone call into the police station from a man at a phone booth, terrified that the UFO was hovering over him. And when the police went to the phone booth, he was gone. But one of the parts of the mystery is people have wondered what's out beyond in this area. So we're going to walk out there today so people can get a look at the lay of the land. There's an area where some think that the UFO will hide. Out in that area, there's also a power line. They think perhaps that there are power from. In this area, the UFO has been seen putting a silver tube out, touching the high tension lines over the years. So this kind of gives the background of where the UFO came up by the road, where the policeman, overwhelming Muscarello, and now we'll head down a park and we'll walk in and see where perhaps it was hiding and waiting. We're filming in from the Route 150 a bit because of the noise from as you can see the transmission lines up above. And as it pans around, you'll see that it's focusing over the power lines and out beyond what is called the Great Meadows, which is a very, very interesting, large meadow that's isolated. It backs up to Phillips Exeter Academy's Kensington lands, which we find very interesting things UFO that ties into Phillips Exeter Academy. And out in here in the Great Meadows, there's a stream that runs through. It's a terrific trout stream, what they would call native trout. They're a good-sized trout, about 10 to 12 inches long and fat. And I think there's a wild salmon have a population through there. That stream goes down and enters into the Exeter River, which follows along through the Phillips Exeter Academy woods, an area of a number of sightings and great curiosities, like the fact that Colonel Butch Blanchard of Roswell fame did his PG year here before entering the military academy and walked those paranormal grounds of strange highness, as they like to say, in those who study ufology. So we're going to follow parallel down to the power lines as we go and coming out behind the horse farm. And for the first time, I think, you're going to get to see some very interesting terrain that not many have seen. Raymond Fowler, a well-known author of many, many books and bestsellers, arrived here a week or so after the incident, actually after he'd done his interviewing of the principal people. And he and his brother walked in along this line then. So there's been quite a long-term interest in this area. So I'm glad you can join me in seeing where everyone thinks that potentially that UFO would nestle down and hide, waiting. So as it's being panned, the Great Meadows, one can see the boggy area is dense. In New Hampshire, they're apt to call that kind of density in alders and thickness the pucker bush. But this was an area of great interest to the Abenaki people who resided in the area. There are a lot of resources. We can see cattails out there, which they somewhat considered their grocery store for most parts, from the tubers to the cattail flour, the greens was usable by them. And nature changes, geology changes. At one time, this was much less wet than it is now, much more of a drier meadow. But as we learn now, the weather can change pretty quickly, and we've chosen to come out in February here on a record-setting warm day. It's about 60 degrees up at our capital in Concord. Today it was 62, which set a record. And as I think of records, one of the interesting features of UFOs when they have major sightings or historic sightings down in this area is a very unique feature of the weather changing dramatically before they arrive. And the 1965 September 3rd incident is a good example of that. Just a day or so before, there was severe thundering lightning storms for hours and hours. Lots of electricity in the air. Some think that maybe this was a way of opening a port between dimensions, a portal, by kind of aligning what needs to be to pass through the layer, through any barriers, and creating an opening, a throat, perhaps even through a wormhole. And that end of August, that set records up on Mount Washington. It was snowing up on Mount Washington, minus degrees. It was one of the coldest times that anybody had recorded in New Hampshire at that time. So severe weather, lots of lightning, big thunder, winds, and that is what preceded the arrival and viewing of that unidentified aerial phenomenon, the big bright red light, as some would term it, a fireball. We've moved in a little bit further, still in a lowland area with a lot of cut-over stumps, adjacent to the power lines, which we can pick up in the distance, and the Great Meadows. Also typical of New Hampshire, a stone wall boundary. A lot of this was dairy country, dairy farms back in the day. As we get in further behind the horse farm, you'll see a lot of different riding trails, because that farm now boards horses, does training of horses, and people keep their horses there and arrive, and then can take a nice ride in the woods on these very, very well-marked and very, very nice trails. There's a lot of wildlife in through here. We just passed a bit of coyote scat. The last time we came through, there was a very large track of a very large coyote that had been using the trail. A goodly number of white-tailed deer. Most curiously, the imprint in the snow of a great blue heron, a good-sized one, who didn't migrate south this year. Some of the Canadian geese and herons seem to be able to eke out a winter living around the Exeter area. One of the trees, we heard a loud noise, which was our friend, the pileated woodpecker, a good-sized brute it was indeed. So now we can continue onward, but it gives you an idea how we've gone through the hemlock forest and then cut off in the lower area. So we're now moving up to the first of four. Gene Bertram and David Hunt's over in Exeter with a little bit of the history. We're not far, really, as a crow flies through where Betty Hill grew up. It's another significant part of the tie-in of this very special area. So we hope if there's the interest of this, then we will kind of continue to do these little jaunts out along the wayside and to your viewing pleasure. Thanks.
We have not been hiding anything. The investigations have been made public. The explanations of those where there is a clear explanation have been made public. The hearing this morning was public for just that reason.
It was an age of innocence, when a veteran reporter getting to the bottom of a UFO story expected a straight answer from the Air Force.
Does this mean that the Air Force really thinks that there are such things as flying saucers?
This is cannot be released, no statement, until after the United States Air Force has reviewed the investigation.
In the 1960s, the American public turned to the federal government and demanded an explanation for the increasing number of UFO sightings. The government offered little or no information, disregarding or at worst discrediting the sightings and the eyewitnesses. In Exeter, New Hampshire in September of 1965, Air Force investigators arrived at the home of Norman Muscarello, and Norman learned that going public about his UFO encounter was a dangerous endeavor.
They came in my mother's kitchen, asked where I was. He said, "Where's Norm?" She says, "In the living room." And he marched right out there without asking or anything. And he said, "You, shut your mouth. Don't you say another word." Exactly what did you think you saw? He was trying to say to me that I didn't see what I saw.
What Norman Muscarello claims he saw was a brilliant UFO in a field next to his Exeter home. On September 3rd, 1965, Norman was walking home just after midnight.
I got right over to this stone over here, I'd say close to this stone wall, and this is when this thing appeared, and it was like it came out of nowhere. I was just zap. All of a sudden, there it was, big as a house up over these trees.
And he observed this craft hovering over a home right next to where he was. The home was completely bathed in red light. The area was bathed in red light. There was no sound.
When Norman reported his encounter to the local police, he found out he was not alone.
There were other sightings that night that made it interesting. In fact, prior to Norman seeing the UFO, Officer Bertrand came upon a woman motorist that was parked the side of the road, and she described a similar object that had chased her.
In fact, there were a total of 6 reports filed with the Exeter police on the night of September 3rd, 1965. It was the number of credible eyewitnesses and the consistency among their descriptions that drew Raymond Fowler into the case. Fowler is one of America's preeminent UFO investigators. He has worked on many landmark cases, including the Allagash abduction. At the time of the Exeter sightings, Fowler was a member of NICAP, the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena.
Our mission was to investigate UFO sightings, make them available to interested scientists who are studying the phenomena, and make this information public.
For the past 30 years, Fowler has followed through on Norman Muscarello's story. His investigation of the incident at Exeter is now considered one of the most extensively documented UFO sightings.
What made this case interesting to me was the fact that an object as large as a barn was seen within 500 feet of witnesses.
As the early reports began to come into police headquarters, Officer Eugene Bertrand was called in from the field. After listening to Norman's story, they drove together to investigate the area.
He pulled his cruiser up on the other side of the road, and we proceeded in this direction, down this way. He had a large seal beam flashlight in his hand.
At that point, police officer David Hunt drove up and joined the foot search.
And they walked out into the field, and Norman yelled, "Look out, here it comes," and up over the treetops comes this object right at them with the red flashing lights.
And come up over the tree line in this direction. Moved this way, that way, back and forth this way, and then moved in that direction and headed eastward.
When the UFO moved away, Norman and the 2 officers returned to the police station. At the same time, a local reporter was filing this story for the Exeter newspaper. And the police and the press weren't the only ones investigating the UFO sightings. Officials at nearby Pease Air Force Base became involved. First, they interviewed officers Bertrand and Hunt, and then Norman Muscarello, who claims he was told not to talk about what he had witnessed.
I have no question in my mind, they're covering up something.
I'm thoroughly convinced that the federal government, whether it be the Army, Air Force, Navy, was out actively researching, trying to figure out what was going on.
It is significant that the Exeter sightings were in very close proximity to the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard and Pease Air Force Base.
UFOs seem to have a keen interest in places where atomic weapons are either stored or atomic energy is being generated. This includes places like the Portsmouth Navy Shipyard, where you have atomic submarines. It includes places like Pease Air Force Base, where atomic weapons are stored.
Fowler believes that the Air Force launched a disinformation campaign, suggesting the Exeter UFO was a late-night advertising gimmick.
It was a classical case where you had reliable witnesses seeing an object that they couldn't identify at close range, and then having the Air Force, on the other hand, investigating, but then telling the public that there was nothing to it.
The incident at Exeter was the first in a series of UFO sightings which culminated a year later with mass sightings in Michigan. The public became increasingly dissatisfied with the military's official explanation, and a congressional hearing on UFOs was proposed by then Congressman Gerald Ford.
And he and other men and women in Congress felt that the Air Force was not handling the UFO problem properly because they were getting so many complaints from the public concerning their explanations and so forth.
Fowler's exhaustive report on the UFO encounter at Exeter was put into the congressional record. During the hearings on April 5, 1966, the committee presented the findings in Fowler's report to Air Force officials and asked for an explanation.
I felt that this particular case was interesting and that it showed that the Air Force wasn't really telling the truth to the public. They discussed the report, and the Air Force backed down and admitted that the object was unidentified.
Norman Muscarello's sighting had far-reaching effects on future UFO investigations. But for him, the incident at Exeter remains deeply personal.
I wish to hell it had never happened. No, I really do. I wish I could have just waltzed through life without this happening. I'd like to just be a normal person and like everybody else.
Monday mornings we get started about 1, continue through till 5:30, and that means we're around for about 37 and a half hours each and every week. During that time, we have the pleasure of talking with many interesting people, and this morning we're going to be talking with Edward. I think it was about 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Frank Edwards, the well-known news commentator, told us about an incident that happened on Friday morning, October 3rd, year 1958. It was about 3 a.m. in the morning when a freight train, number 91, on the Monon Railroad was southbound through the little town of Rossville. And he went on to describe to us what occurred. There was a sighting of about 4 unusual objects. Well, we talked with Frank yesterday morning about this, and I've been in touch with Frank just a couple of minutes before we went on the air again. And I understand that something rather exciting happened evidently this afternoon at Alamogordo. And, of course, you know that the Lorenzens are in Alamogordo, New Mexico, and they're also the people that had APRO, when APRO was mentioned in many of the newspapers recently in reference to Carl Jung, and, well, we'll find out more. Now, we're going to try to get a call through with Frank Edwards. He's now news director of WTTV in Indianapolis. And as soon as we get that call through, we'll find out what all this excitement is about. And it certainly must be a rather exciting day. At least they had one in Alamogordo, New Mexico. We'll find out all about that in a moment. Let's find out what's happening out there. Hello. Frank Edwards. Long John, how are you?
John, how are you tonight? Fine, thank you. What happened in Alamogordo? I got a call from Coral Lawrence a little after 7 o'clock tonight.
Yes?
She's at 8 o'clock, rather. She says that at 6 o'clock, their time, that's Alamogordo time.
That's 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes?
That one of the children came in and told them that there was something strange in the sky. And she and her husband went out, and the family across the street, Mr. and Mrs. John Romero, as I understood it, were already out watching this thing. And Mr. and Mrs. Lawrenson went out and watched it, and they had a pair of 7 power binoculars.
Yes.
It was, according to her, a gigantic cigar-shaped thing about 9 miles west of where they were standing over the San Andreas Mountains, which, as you probably know, are the mountains on the western edge of the Alamogordo or the Holloman Air Force Base. She said the thing was not more than 10 degrees above the horizon. and they could see it clearly, particularly through the binoculars. She said that the south end of the thing, it was lined up north and south, and the south end of it was slightly higher than the other end. And while they were watching it, an intensely brilliant yellow light showed up on the south end of the object several times, flashed, very, very brilliant, she said. And then it appeared to be discharging some dark objects from the north or lower end of the object. And they couldn't tell what they were because they were too small and too indistinct even in the 7-power binoculars. But she indicated to me that she didn't think they were vapor or anything like that.
Let me ask you this, man.
Yes, sir.
Do you think this has any connection with the sighting that you reported to me yesterday morning that occurred on Friday morning, October 3rd?
Well, the sighting that I reported, that sighting that I reported to you, was of much smaller objects, John.
Much smaller than the one that...
The one that she saw today, because at a distance of 9 or 10 miles, as they estimated this one, the object would be tremendous. She said that they were under the impression that it was about the same size as that object which was photographed over Holloman Air Force Base last November.
The one that appeared
on all the newspapers.
Yes.
Yeah, and they estimated that, to be possibly 4,000 feet in diameter.
4,000 feet?
That was what the Associated Press copy said on it.
I very frankly, I don't remember the caption, but gee, that's a good size.
That's huge, but 9 or 10 miles away, it would show up there, but it still wouldn't be very big. But anyway, this thing she said was huge. While we were watching it, they noticed tiny little flickering lights appear in a line along the lower edge of the object, longitudinally, and then it began to move as though these little lights were perhaps porthole flares or something. Turned around and went westward. And altogether, they saw it about... And then that would be my interpretation of that angle of it. Now,
I'd like to ask... go ahead, continue.
Well, I was just going to say that all the 4 adults who were in this thing are all employees out there at this Air Force Base, and they're all very competent and sound people. And they're not zanies or anything like that. I wonder...
This is on the 25th of August, 1995. It's about 40 minutes past midnight. What happened, very, very dramatic case. An object slashed down across Ontario province in Canada. We conclude that it must have crossed Lake Erie because within a matter of seconds it was being reported from western Pennsylvania. People from Adamsville, Edinburgh, Pittsburgh, Greensburg, Bedford, New Bedford, many witnesses to this, even though it was 40 minutes past midnight on a Monday morning. And people as far west as West Cleveland, people as far east as New York City saw this object. I'm often asked, well, how do you distinguish a bona fide UFO report from a hoax or a case of mistaken identity? In a second, when we play 2 audio clips from witnesses who called the hotline just 5 minutes or so after this event, I think you'll be able to tell how we are able to distinguish those two. With that, I wonder if we could go to the first audio tape, please, and play 2 audio clips back to back.
In the car, and we were getting ready to pull out of the driveway, and all of a sudden I heard my mom say, "Look at that!" And I looked up in the sky, and the entire sky was like a light blue, like daytime.
Yeah.
And the entire sky turned really light-colored blue, and all of a sudden this big white, a big ball of white light, and behind it was like this orange flame stuff. And it just shot across the sky like really fast, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. It even had a sound to it. It kind of like bing, like that, and then it just died out.
Yeah. Okay.
But it lit up the entire sky.
What time did this occur?
This just happened like 5 minutes ago. It was like 12:40 our time. Mom says about 10 seconds. It was going from north to south.
Second cut.
Approximately 5 minutes ago, I saw what looked like a nuclear explosion in the sky. I mean, it lit up the whole neighborhood. More than one flash. The size of it was so great that it was, it was blinding. And I thought for sure that it was a nuclear bomb explosion.
Yes.
It lasted maybe 2 seconds. Flashes. Like a small one, then it got brighter and brighter. Grew into what to me looked like a nuclear warhead that exploded in the sky.
Cut, please. A nuclear warhead. That gentleman whose voice you just heard was 90 miles to the west of the flight track of this, the flight path or the ground track of this object. He thought that the nuclear power plant in Cleveland had blown up, had melted down. In a moment, I'm going to play some very interesting videotape, what is known as the Canadian or Canada Fireball. Some of you are old enough and computer savvy enough to remember Windows 95. It was released, I remember the date, it was Thursday, the 24th of August, 1995. Well, and they held a big celebration in Redmond, Washington. They had dancing camels, they pitched tents and yurts and so on. But as they were folding their tents that night, an object streaked down across Canada. It streaked across Lake Erie. It streaked down across the western end of Pennsylvania, and it stopped near Breezewood, Pennsylvania. Well, it was a very dramatic night. Moreover, there are reports that as the object streaked across Toronto, fires in wheat fields broke out spontaneously underneath it. That's unconfirmed. But in a moment, you will see some videotape. This is what the object looked like when it stopped just south of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. A very dramatic object, and it was reported from as far east as New York City. This is a written report that we received from a gentleman who had described himself as a physicist. He said he had a PhD in physics, and he described what he saw from approximately 250 or 300 miles east of this object. He saw a perfectly round object strobing like a strobe light, streaking from north to south at a very shallow angle relative to his western horizon. And the reason I know that this gentleman, or strongly suspect that this gentleman is in fact a PhD and a physicist, is it took us 14 months to get his written report. Typical of a PhD. In any event, in a moment, I would like to have the ladies and gentlemen behind the screen here cue a tape entitled Canada Fireball. And while they're dimming the lights, let me coach you a little. What you're going to first see up in the night sky, you will interpret to be a full moon. It is not a full moon. It is the object of interest. Number two, please note that it is above the clouds. Number three, please note the strobing. And number four, watch at the 5:30 position. That is down below the round ball of light very, very closely, and you will see an object for just a half a second or so streak apparently from ground level up and apparently join with this object. With that, could we please play the tape?
Whatever it was, got residents from Canada to Michigan, as well as some scientists, fired up. John Calplant reports it might have been a meteor shower.
Nothing but a charred skeleton remains of the burned-out mobile home, but it's managed to draw crowds of curious onlookers, the media, and scientists, because of early reports that the blaze was caused by a meteorite. Maddie Jessup is a witness who lives nearby.
I pulled up just after a friend of mine, and she had seen this fireball. She actually saw the fireball, and they followed it right into here. The airport is just about 3/4 of a mile up, and we both thought it was a small aircraft that was coming down. We talked to the Windsor police, and they said somebody had also reported a fireball, so now we're thinking meteorite, you know? Possible, very possible.
Well, we're not precluding that it wasn't something from the sky, and we're not precluding that it wasn't arson, so at this point, we don't know.
Okay, did the fire department from Windsor initially say that it was caused by the meteorite and they had recovered something?
No, I have no reports from the fire department at all in my possession.
A professor and a student from the University of Windsor Earth Sciences Department poked through the debris this morning looking for evidence of a meteorite. They used a special device to detect radiation, but they came up empty-handed. Okay, what'd you find in there?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no evidence of any meteorite impact. It doesn't rule out that there wasn't one, but there is no evidence of it. If there was one, it was probably a very small, maybe nut size or even smaller, that would still provide the kind of a trace that you see in the sky, but when it hits the ground, it doesn't leave much of a trace on the ground.
A local astronomer tells us 100 tons of meteors pass through the atmosphere every day.
If this was the plane
Thank
dropping the flares out, it's going
in summary,
in the wrong direction.
the fireball, or whatever it was, that streaked over Toronto, Ontario, over Lake Erie, down across Pennsylvania, and stopped. Sometime, if I come back to the International UFO Congress, I would like to do a 3-hour analysis, a workshop on just this case. It is fascinating.
Videos recorded by U.S. Navy personnel have added a new layer of evidence to the current national debate about UFOs. For the first time, radar images recorded inside a Navy ship have confirmed the presence of several unknown objects that swarmed around the ship for hours. I-Team reporter George Knapp here with a story that broke today on Mystery Wire.
Thanks, Brian. Over the past 3 years or so, the public has been able to see several astounding images of what certainly qualify as UFOs during encounters with the U.S. Navy. There's no question that the Pentagon has censored data to go along with the photos and videos, but none of that information has been leaked or otherwise released. That is, until today.
For 2 long hours on the night of July 15, 2019, the crew of the USS Omaha detected on multiple sensor systems unknown objects that surrounded the ship as it moved through ocean waters west of San Diego. One of the objects, a self-illuminated sphere at least 6 feet in diameter, flew alongside the Omaha for an extended period and was observed through a thermal sensor in the ship's combat center. Filmmaker Jeremy Corbell released the Navy video weeks ago and says similar events were reported by 8 other Navy ships in the same area over 3 days.
Mark bearing and range. There was numerous warships that are having similar it appears to be coordinated interaction, and this whole series was within this kind of, I'd say, circumference of 100 miles, and there was up to 50 to 100 contacts.
In the last 3 years, the Pentagon has reluctantly confirmed the legitimacy of UFO images captured by Navy ships and air crews, including these photos taken off the coast of Virginia and the better-known videos, the so-called Tic Tac incident and the gimbal. But other than the images themselves, there's been no release of censored data to buttress these cases. There is now.
Well, if you can write a general lat long where we're at, and then the number of contacts you got, get the course and speed meters off them.
Over a period of hours, crew members on the USS Omaha, which is located...
This is on the 25th of August, 1995. It's about 40 minutes past midnight. What happened, very, very dramatic case. An object slashed down across Ontario province in Canada. We conclude that it must have crossed Lake Erie because within a matter of seconds it was being reported from western Pennsylvania. People from Adamsville, Edinburgh, Pittsburgh, Greensburg, Bedford, New Bedford, many witnesses to this.
In 1997, thousands of eyewitnesses watched in awe as a boomerang-shaped formation of lights cruised slowly and silently over the city of Phoenix.
They're lined up in a pattern.
Witnesses first thought these were separate lights flying in formation, but quickly realized the lights were all part of a single gigantic something. Military officials were asked about the Phoenix lights, but said they hadn't seen anything. Months later, they explained that a National Guard unit had been training with flares near the city. Flares over Phoenix look like this, not like this. The public, in general, didn't buy it. 8 years earlier, the airspace over Belgium was repeatedly violated by huge...
Launched the top-of-the-line military aircraft against these things, and they were left standing. They were left in the dust. 1 minute these things are...
including Nevada, flying low and slow over cities.
These things are huge. These things are football field size. Sometimes they're stealthy, but a lot of the times they're flying with extremely bright lights. They're always silent.
NIDS now has a database of more than 1,000 black triangle reports, 17 of them from Nevada. The witnesses often say the craft seemed to float like a blimp or airship, but they're also capable of aeronautical magic.
They were able to drop altitude in terms of 10, 20,000 feet in a matter of seconds. They were able to go from a hovering position to several thousand miles an hour, and this was caught on radar.
Figure out how it was
sense of them flying over populated areas.
So just what might the triangles be up to?
On November the 10th of 1994, a Claremont County resident recorded several minutes of home video footage showing an object comprised of 4 headlights in a triangular arrangement.
Boy, you're bright now.
The soundless object seems to demonstrate a rolling motion that would appear to place a conventional aircraft in an upside-down inverted pitch at the conclusion of the maneuver. The videotape and the claim was thoroughly investigated, and others in the same area also told of similar occurrences in the weeks before and after the recording was made.
Boy, you're bright now.
The mysterious object was picked up on the home video camera after witnesses described hearing explosive sounds.
I was in bed, sound asleep, and all of a sudden I heard some booming sounds. And I got up and I came out and asked my son what all the noise was. He said, Mom, I don't know. So I opened up the door to look outside, and there were so many intense lights that it was something. So I started yelling, oh my God, where's my camera? I videotaped the lights going across and over top of the field across the street. They were just on the other side of the dumpster here. They were very low. Some of them were coming in one direction and would stop and go back in the opposite direction. Some of them would stop in midair, and there would be like 2 of them at a time over top of each other, and they would both separate and go in opposite directions. Boy, you're bright now.
This is the video Barb recorded on November the 10th of 1994.
Boy, you're bright now.
Barb also recorded videotape of an actual airplane traveling overhead. Comparing this video with the one of the object that Barb says is weird gives us the impression that the aircraft engine noise from the plane can be heard very clearly, and the unidentified object seems to make no sound at all.
Boy, you're bright now.
November 10th was a strange night in Owensville. Along with Barb and her videotape, there were quite a few others who told of eerie glowing lights that zipped about on that rainy night. Some did not want to appear on camera. One resident, Larry Moore, says he does not know Barb and has no knowledge of her videotape, but he saw something that he could not identify.
Okay, what I seen was a light coming through the trees, and it was coming at a pretty rapid speed, between 50 and 60 miles an hour. And the light was unusual to be as low as it was. It was kind of eerie looking, you know, just seeing it like that. But you know, it wasn't a plane that low or something that low like that. It's something I've never seen before. But when it came so fast like that, it just suddenly stopped. And it was about like 30 foot above the trees. And it was just a big bright light, like it had some kind of a glow to it. But I couldn't figure out what it was.
As I was standing there watching the lights, all of a sudden I noticed that there was a sheriff right there in the front of my house.
Oh boy, he's speeding up now. Did you see him? He saw it right here. Listen to him. I bet somebody called.
There was a very intense light on the other, behind the dumpster. The sheriff must have noticed it because at that time he sped up very noticeably in his car. I followed him as far as I could with the video camera over to the church where he sat and watched the lights also.
There goes the sheriff after sitting here for a few minutes. And here he's facing one. How about that? Got sheriff sitting right under one.
And they sit there. They're having like a stare down face off for a couple minutes. And the light is just sitting motionlessly up in the sky. There's no sound. Then all of a sudden the light pulls to the right. The sheriff's taillights change again. And he pulls up and pulls to the right as if he's following it.
What happened that night? An attempt was made to locate the officer who was on the video.
Sheriff's gonna follow him. Yep. Ooh, there he goes, chasing him.
But our efforts were futile. We spoke with Lieutenant Wilson of the Claremont County Sheriff's Department, who said he checked into it, and he told us that he had no information and no reports were made. Lights in the night sky don't impress me, he said, and that our job is protecting people. As long as one of these bad boys don't hurt anyone, it's not our concern. When asked to make an on-camera comment about the videotape, Claremont County Sheriff John Van Camp abruptly stepped in and curtly said, "Go find someplace else to film." The Owensville recording was taken to Associates for Scientific Knowledge investigator and computer specialist Dale Farmer for comprehensive examination.
Right now I kind of think it's probably man-made. Probably some kind of experimental aircraft that the Air Force or Navy is experimenting with.
Most notable through computer enhancement is the appearance of a structured surface behind the large aircraft headlights. Extensive computer analysis has detailed a possible triangular outline of what may be a solid structure connecting the lights. Further complicating the circumstances surrounding the Claremont County recording, another videotape of a similar object was recorded several months later near Marysville, Ohio. This video recording was made by a news crew from a Columbus, Ohio television station while producing a story on UFO sightings in that area. Like the Claremont County recording, this videotape, shot by the staff of a Columbus, Ohio news station, also shows an object comprised of big, bright headlights in a triangular shape. Unknown triangular-shaped objects have been reported in all parts of the world. This object, similar in appearance to the Claremont County recording, was photographed over Belgium. This videotape was taken in 1981 over the Soviet Union. Compare the similarities. Are these secretive military aircrafts? And if so, why are they parading about residential areas, performing odd maneuvers, and shining brilliant headlight beams for all to see?
На поверхность Земли и на растения. Это событие совершенно уникальное, но оно имело продолжение. Над Самарой очевидцы наблюдали аналог этого объекта. Вот такой треугольный предмет с огнями и с такими импульсами выражающими движение. Далее домашняя хозяйка наблюдала вот такой объект из окна своего дома. Это над городом Самарой, над крупнейшим населенным промышленным центром.
Incredibly, in 1990, one of these UFOs reportedly attacked a radar antenna near the Soviet city of Samara. It was one of the most shocking UFO military confrontations on record.
A triangular-shaped object flew near a military base in Samara and then landed right next to a mobile air defense radar unit. Apparently, the radar unit's turn to pick up, this UFO. The UFO shot a beam at the radar and basically destroy completely that radar unit.
The Samara incident was witnessed by a Soviet officer named Rudzin. In this newly released Russian documentary, Rudzin's face is hidden because at the time of the interview, he feared he'd be court-martialed for speaking publicly.
I saw with my own eyes the antenna destroyed by an explosion. It was due to a very strong blow from without. I saw burnt paint and melted metal parts of the antenna and also reduction gears scattered all around.
This happened in December 28, 1988 at 7:45 p.m. The people of the area of Cabo Rojo and Lajas, two towns to the southwest of the island, that night saw a very huge ball of blue light, as we see here in the drawing, that was flying over the Sierra Bermeja Mountains, a small ridge there where many of these incidents have been happening in Puerto Rico. And then this ball of light changed, and it changed to another color, to a huge ball of yellowish light, and the witnesses all could see that this was part of a triangular craft, very big in size, and this yellow light was underneath the object. It was a almost semicircular, something like a bulge or a ball of yellow light, very bright. And the two jet fighters were trying to intercept it, and in 3 different occasions made it veer away and change its trajectory, its direction. In the third occasion, the object stopped in midair. One of the jet fighters seemed to, as if it was going to collide with the object by the back of it. And the people began screaming because they believed there was going to be a collision and an explosion and something terrible might happen. But what happened was that the jet fighter just disappeared, vanished in midair, next to the UFO. The other jet fighter kept flying next to it by the right side of it, and then all of a sudden it also disappeared. It vanished. The UFO then came back again, turned around, flew over an area known there as the Saman Lake. It's a small pond surrounded by many palm trees. And over these palm trees, I would say about an altitude of 100 feet from the palm trees, it divided itself, this huge triangular object, into 2 different objects. It split with a luminous explosion, a soundless explosion of very bright light. And both parts of the craft, one flew very fast to the north and one flew very fast to the east and disappeared. There were other witnesses that say that there was a third jet fighter that was checking on the situation from a distance. But when that pilot of that third jet fighter saw what happened, apparently he tried to flee the area, and 3 small balls of red light came out from the UFO and began chasing it, and they disappeared to the north. They don't know what happened to this third jet fighter.
How many witnesses followed this event?
Up to now, more than 100 witnesses.
What are your conclusions?
Well, this incident did occur. It's a very important one. When you have more than 100 witnesses that describe the same thing to you, they make the same drawings to you, what they saw. All the details fit with all the descriptions. And we have other information due to the investigation we made. For example, that this jet craft must have been from the Navy of the United States, because that day the Puerto Rico Air National Guard had no airplanes or any air practices in the area. And Roosevelt Road Naval Station in Ceiba, a principal base in the Caribbean from the U.S., did have some air practices that night and personnel in the area. even though they denied it. But the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration in San Juan, confirmed to us that there were practices from Roosevelt Road Naval Station there.
I'd never really seen anything like it in my life. I thought, could it be a plane? Could it be this? Could it be that? But it was just nothing like I'd ever seen before, and it was so quiet. That was the main thing I couldn't understand. It was so big and yet so quiet.
Some of them are 3 times the size of a jumbo jet. In fact, one local witness said that it was so big it wouldn't have landed on Derby football ground.
The men from outer space now apparently travel to Earth in triangular-shaped ships. These images were drawn from eyewitness accounts. This amateur footage was captured at Mansfield. The bright light circle shows a spaceship hovering over the town, according to those who shot it.
Isn't it speeding? Look at that!
They said it too was triangular. It's used as further evidence of aliens.
I can't see how the government can keep the lid on the thing for much longer, because just the man in the street is now becoming aware that something very, very strange is happening.
Now, what is it about the triangles that you feel is so significant, or is this just a part of the whole big picture here?
Well, you're right on both accounts. Number one, it's part of the big picture, but it also involves an object the size of a football field that can hover, or what's described as, from witnesses, as floating, which is unusual to describe a mechanical craft, that can accelerate rapidly, attain high speeds, that's virtually noiseless, that has orbs around the sides that detach and attach. I think that since this object is being seen in populated areas over the last 20 years, not only in this country, but in England and in Belgium and other countries, I think it's time we found out about it. And what's more significant is that when we inquired of this object from the Department of Defense, they told us they conducted a reasonable search and can find no information on this object. As far as I'm concerned, they're lying to us. It can't be possible, because they searched the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, and they had no information. They searched the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they had no information. And the Department of Defense is charged with gathering intelligence and providing security for the citizens of this country. So how can they not know about an object that's seen at treetop level in populated areas over major cities in this age of terrorism? Well, the Department of Defense, for whatever reason, has not come to the courtroom, has not sent any attorneys. They are represented by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And they just toe the party line. They treat this as any other Freedom of Information request. The agency does the search.
In the rest of South
they
America,
don't find documents,
the
they
videos
move
and
to dismiss
photographs
it.
that have been produced are certainly not as numerous as in Mexico, but the material in existence provides researchers and scientists with increasingly extraordinary material for their investigations.
Miren eso, qué fantástico, qué belleza, es como una araña, qué belleza. Se me perdió, se me perdió. Ahí arriba, miren eso. Es una nave preciosa, es una cosa fantástica. Sí, parece... Es como una... Tiene luces hacia los lados. Y un eje central. Se mueve muy lentamente. Se mueve súper lento, pero parece que está parqueado ahí. Es hermoso. Hemos estado yendo a ver al volcán Tungurahua y ahora nos topamos con esto. Es hermoso. Miren, no es un avión, No es nada. Qué belleza, se va alejando poquito a poquito. Bueno, eso es todo, creo que. Vamos a ver hasta el volcán Chimborazo a ver qué pasa. Pero miren, es como una araña de sal, algo así. Vemos otro de estos objetos. Son extraños, tienen una luz central y unas luces laterales y son intermitentes de esas luces. Que se me pierden. Están flotando.
In the end, the witness and his friends reached the panoramic spot in front of the volcano Tungarahua, their original destination before the sighting.
Después de esta alegría tan bonita que hemos tenido y esta sorpresa del ovni, estamos ya en el sitio para ver el volcán.
It wasn't the first time that this type of UFO had been sighted and filmed. In the 1990s, Victor Chuluiza sighted and filmed this flying object in Ecuador. It looks very similar to the one we've just seen.
When I realized that they actually didn't seem to be airplanes or balloons, I felt a thrill, and I understood that it really was. Wasn't what I had expected. It was a UFO. It must have been 200, 180 meters from here. It was closer, and so it looked larger, and I don't know, maybe the video camera helped me to put it into focus enough to see the image clearly, and I believe it was thanks to the video camera. And one thing that really caught my attention was that it made no noise. I might have thought it was an airplane, a helicopter, but I couldn't hear any noise. And that was what made me get my video camera and start filming. But when I saw it through the video camera, when I saw it from close up, I didn't see the typical saucer shape, but rather the shape of a sort of star, a very particular shape that I had never seen before. I got the impression that it was something out of the ordinary, something that I would never have imagined seeing. It really struck me, the fact that I saw something that's so rarely sighted. It seems natural to me. I mean, in such an immense universe, the third planet can't possibly be the only inhabited one. I've always believed it, and I have to be honest, I've always wanted to see a flying object. And when at last I was able to see one, it was a dream come true.
Another similar craft was subsequently filmed in Mexico. The first was sighted and filmed in Tikal, Yucatan on the 7th of August 2004.
Órale. Sí, lo estás filmando. Carito. Síguelo. Rodolfo, mira eso. Sí, porque tú quedas filmando y yo sigo por allá por los árboles, ¿sabes? Sí, filmando, voy.
Another similar flying object was filmed in Tikal, Mexico on the 12th of December 2004. On the 30th of August 2000, a seminary student was filming the celebration of Mass in Ecuador when he noticed a strange object moving in the sky outside. Initially, he filmed it through the church windows. Then he went out, and the object could still be seen in the sky.
Ay, mira, huevón. Baja un poco, baja un poco. ¡Qué emoción!
The agitation and concern in the witnesses' voices can be heard in the audio recorded during this unusual aerial spectacle. You know the cameras are there to watch out for accidents or criminal acts. But in Cuenca, Ecuador, they recorded a rather unusual scene.
En Cuenca es una ciudad al sur de Ecuador.
In Cuenca, a city in the mountains south of Ecuador, there are surveillance cameras in the streets. One of these filmed some children pointing to the sky from the terrace of their house. The person operating the surveillance camera zoomed in on the children and moved it upwards to see what they were pointing to in space. By doing so, it located and filmed a UFO moving towards the Cajas lagoons. While the UFO was being filmed, a second object appeared at the same point, and they both went toward Cajas. Here, the same thing that happened in other cases repeated itself. The UFO stopped, hovering. When the children pointed to it, and someone there began to film it, the object started to move. I think that there was some form of intelligence inside it.
By analyzing the images, we can note how the first object begins to move the moment the video camera pans over it. This becomes even clearer when the second unidentified flying object arrives to accompany the first before they fly away. The model of video camera with which these extraordinary images were recorded is very sophisticated and expensive. Peru has been the stage for remarkable UFO appearances since the 1990s. A very intense wave of sightings took place in the capital, Lima, in 1999. The videos recorded at the time caught the attention of both the media and the Peruvian public. A number of very bright, unidentified objects flying at low altitudes generated unease in Lima's population. People didn't know how to explain what was happening, and the authorities were unable to provide any clarification regarding the nature of the unknown craft.
Pero mira, los dos tienen dos rutas distintas, Rodolfo.
Y mira el avión cómo se va para allá. Mira la luz cómo se prende el avión que pasa por acá arriba, mira.
Claro.
Y mira esa luz que potente, no puede ser un avión. Es muy fuerte esta luz acá.
¿Tiene 3 foquitos o me parece, Sergio?
3.
Este se ve más claro.
Mira, mira, Catherine, mira. Lo estoy grabando, está sentado. Voy a llorar. Mira, está brillando más. Catherine, está brillando más. Me estoy dando cuenta. Está acercándose más.
Es la 4ª vez en esta noche. Hoy es plano, ¿no? Mira. Es una luz así como de fluorescente, así largo.
On the 20th of May 2007, a flotilla appeared in the skies over Lima, rekindling interest in the media and the Peruvian public. This is the news report broadcast on the channel ATV Noticias. It was about noon when people on the street saw this spectacular phenomenon.
Hay más de 20 platillos voladores, amigos, allá. Fíjense allá bien. Ahorita está pasando y todo el mundo está mirando.
No sé, yo no creo en los platillos voladores, pero parece.
Este extraño y sorprendente espectáculo, registrado en Lima hace 2 días, fue captado por un equipo de TV Noticias. Por más de 30 minutos se observó una diversidad de puntos blancos que iban formando figuras en el cielo. Estos avistamientos bien podrían ser estudiados por una oficina de sistema aeroespacial, como existe en países como Chile, Brasil, Argentina y México.
The event was also filmed from another point in the city. By analyzing the frames, we can clearly see the classic white spheres making up the flotilla. It doesn't happen often that people and traffic stop to witness a spectacular show of unidentified flying objects. The city of 33 in Uruguay was at the center of one of these rare cases. The episode took place when Giorgio Bongiovanni was visiting from Italy. He'd traveled there for a series of conferences regarding the presence of UFOs.
Sí, se mueve. Aquel se mueve.
Aquí le agarro bien.
Una cosa que un molino. ¡Ay, se paró!
Che. Filmá la gente, todo. Es interesante, mirá.
No creo. Ahora se empezaron a ver los otros, ¿eh? Aquel no va a ser para
In the video, we can clearly see numerous flying objects hovering in the clear sky. They're flying at a relatively low altitude and are easily seen by the people on the street. The object's movement clearly shows their ability to move autonomously during flight. Yet another spectacular example of this unknown form of aviation. Arbaca is near San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. Just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Marvin Badia, a young carpenter, was working when he heard a strange buzzing that distracted him from his work. To his intense amazement, the young man saw that the source of the noise was about 100 meters away from him.
Yo estaba lijando aquí de esta madera.
I was shaping this table here outside. It was very cloudy. I looked up and saw some sort of object. It was very bright. I looked at it carefully and took out my mobile phone. I saw that it was giving me time to film it, so I started to record.
Empiezo a grabar. Empiezo a llamar a mi compañero.
I called my colleague, who was working with the drill, but he didn't hear me. I called him again. I turned towards him, moving the phone, and when I turned back, the object had already gone.
The film that Marvin recorded shows a classic flying saucer hovering just a few meters from the ground. His colleague, William Rivera, didn't hear Marvin shouting over the noise of the drill he was using. Thus, he missed the extraordinary spectacle.
No, he wouldn't calm down. He was still very, very worked up. You see, I believe that this was a UFO. I have no doubt it wasn't man-made. And why was it here? We don't know.
The movements that the craft makes and its appearance prove that it could not have been a conventional earthly vehicle. According to Marvin's description, the object was about as large as the wheel of a large tractor. Channel ATV Noticias. It was about noon when people on the street saw this spectacular phenomenon.
Hay más de 20 platillos voladores, amigos, allá. Fíjese allá bien. Ahorita está pasando y va todo el mundo está mirando.
No sé, yo no creo en los platillos voladores, pero parece.
Este extraño y sorprendente espectáculo, registrado en Lima hace 2 días, fue captado por un equipo de TV Noticias. Por más de 30 minutos se observó una diversidad de puntos blancos que iban formando figuras en el cielo. Estos avistamientos bien podrían ser estudiados por una oficina de sistema aeroespacial, como existe en países como Chile, Brasil, Argentina y México.
The event was also filmed from another point in the city. By analyzing the frames, we can clearly see the classic white spheres making up the flotilla. It doesn't happen often that people and traffic stop to witness a spectacular show of unidentified flying objects. The city of Treinta y Tres in Uruguay was at the center of one of these rare cases. The episode took place when Giorgio Bongiovanni was visiting from Italy. He'd traveled there for a series of conferences regarding the presence of UFOs.
¡Ay, se paró!
Che. Filmá la gente, es interesante mirar,
Yo la creo.
Ah, ahora se empezaron a ver los otros, Aquello va a ser para
In the video, we can clearly see numerous flying objects hovering in the clear sky. They're flying at a relatively low altitude and are easily seen by the people on the street. The object's movement clearly shows their ability to move autonomously during flight. Yet another spectacular example of this unknown form of aviation. Arbaca is near San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. Just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Marvin Badia, a young carpenter, was working when he heard a strange buzzing that distracted him from his work. To his intense amazement, the young man saw that the source of the noise was about 100 meters away from him.
I was shaping this table here outside. It was very cloudy. I looked up and saw some sort of object. It was very bright. I looked at it carefully and took out my mobile phone. I saw that it was giving me time to film it, so I started to record. I called my colleague, who was working with a drill, but he didn't hear me. I called him again. I turned towards him, moving the phone, and when I turned back, the object had already gone.
The film that Marvin recorded shows a classic flying saucer hovering just a few meters from the ground. His colleague, William Rivera, didn't hear Marvin shouting over the noise of the drill he was using. Thus, he missed the extraordinary spectacle.
No, he wouldn't calm down. He was still very, very worked up. You see, I believe that this was a UFO. I have no doubt it wasn't man-made. And why was it here? We don't know.
The movements that the craft makes and its appearance prove that it could not have been a conventional earthly vehicle. According to Marvin's description, The object was about as large as the wheel of a large tractor. It wouldn't have been large enough to hold a normal-sized person. Oscar Sierra, a ufologist from Costa Rica, explains his theory to the Teletica journalists.
It's not necessarily a driven object. It could be some sort of probe, like those that human beings sent to Titan not long ago, which were small, about 2 meters. Therefore, they aren't necessarily piloted objects. Rather, they could be some kind of surveying probe.
It's hard to say whether this is the correct explanation, but it's clear that the video recorded by Marvin Padilla is among the best documents that the investigators have today.
John Lear, son of Learjet inventor William Lear, is one of the world's most decorated aviators. His revelations were instrumental in exposing the covert activities at Area 51.
I think they used it as an underground area to hide recovered discs as early as 1948 or 49. They're here, they have an agenda, and there's not the slightest thing we can do about it. At least 35 separate different craft. We were being visited by at least 10 different species of aliens.
Lear 18 is the granddaddy of UFO conspiracy stories. John Lear is an interesting man with an interesting background, associations with various intelligence agencies, and I owe him a debt of gratitude because he did help me when I initially began my UFO research. He was at the scene of a UFO crash. What's his name? John Lear came to the station with a pile of UFO documents and was trying to interest our managing editor in doing a story about UFOs.
The government established an intensive program of ridicule against anyone who said they saw flying saucers.
Airline Captain John Lear suspects the government has known
Fear of ridicule was the foundation on which the cover-up was placed.
Lear hinted that he knew someone who had intimate knowledge of the saucer program, and so I kept bugging him to allow us to meet this person, which turned out to be Bob Lazar.
In 1989, Bob Lazar, a nuclear physicist, came forward with a fantastic story. He claimed he had worked on recovered alien craft at a top-secret government facility.
It's kind of a long story how I became employed at that facility south of Area 51. It's called S4. I was originally employed at Los Alamos National Labs in New Mexico. While at Los Alamos Labs, I ran into Dr. Edward Teller. Edward Teller was essentially the father of the hydrogen bomb. It was he who came up with the original concept of the fusion device. I sent a resume out to him. He put in a good word for me, and I was granted an interview.
He came over here after 1 or 2 of them. He would say, John, they said that you're just interested in being my friend to get information on the F-117. I said, no, that's true. That's not true. I'm just interested in UFOs.
Well, we had to sign an agreement essentially relieving us of our constitutional rights. Usually if you're employed by someone, it's very clear as to who's in charge. But the way things were set up here, I don't know. I know on my pay stub, it was from the Department of Naval Intelligence.
In December 1988, Bob came in the evening, sat down in that chair. I was writing out bills. And he says, John, I saw a disc today. And I said, what? And he said, I saw a disc today. And I said, theirs or ours? And he said, theirs. And I said, you saw a flying site. Did you go up to the test site? And he said, yeah, I just got back. I said, then what are you doing here? And I said, they obviously followed you. Why don't you find out what's going on and then tell us?
Close range, what I witnessed, craft approximately 52 feet in diameter, 15 feet high. It's quite an unbelievable sight to see something that size lift completely silently. Later on, I was allowed inside the craft to see how the reactor was placed and how the gravity amplifiers were configured inside there. That was an ominous feeling entering. The seats inside the craft were much smaller than a human could use. It was obvious that this was, not meant for people to fly in. There was only one vehicle that I worked on, though there were 9 total in different states of repair or disrepair. We really don't know how the fuel was manufactured. We just know that it was in the craft.
UFOs.
Well, we had to sign an agreement essentially relieving us of our constitutional rights. Usually if you're employed by someone, it's very clear as to who's in charge. But the way things were set up here, I don't know. I know on my pay stub, It was from the Department of Naval Intelligence.
In December 1988, Bob came in the evening, sat down in that chair. I was writing out bills, and he says, "John, I saw a disc today." And I said, "What?" And he said, "I saw a disc today." And I said, "Theirs or ours?" And he said, "Theirs." And I said, "You saw a flying site. Did you go up to the test site?" And he said, "Yeah, I just got back." I said, "Then what are you doing here?" And I said, "They obviously followed you. Why don't you find out what's going on and then tell us?"
Close range, what I witnessed, craft approximately 52 feet in diameter, 15 feet high. It's quite an unbelievable sight to see something that size lift completely silently. Later on, I was allowed inside the craft to see how the reactor was placed and how the gravity amplifiers were configured inside there. That was an ominous feeling entering. The seats inside the craft were much smaller than a human could use. It was obvious that this was, not meant for people to fly in. There was only one vehicle that I worked on, though there were 9 total in different states of repair or disrepair. We really don't know how the fuel was manufactured. We just know that it was in the craft, and we were actively trying to find out what reaction it was undergoing to produce the energy to drive the craft.
I remember a particular evening in January. Bob came in, his eyes were bright. He said, "John, you will never know what it's like to see your first alien." I said, "You're kidding. It couldn't have been a midget. No. Couldn't have been a doll. No. That was it." He was absolutely positive.
What I did see was what I believe to be autopsy photos. It was a creature, and its chest was cut open in a T fashion, the skin peeled back. There were also photos of one single large organ that was removed that was also cut up and being weighed. Whether or not they're absolutely authentic, I can't say. I can only assume because I was working on a craft that I know to be of alien in nature, that the other material that came along with it was probably authentic also. I had the test flight schedule for what was going on down at S4.
I said, "Well, how can we see it?" He said, "I know we can, a place where we can drive in." And we no sooner got out of the motorhome when this thing came up behind the mountain. From that distance, it was just a light. But when I got the Celestron 8 focused in on it, it was a flying saucer. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government.
They performed maneuvers that were not aerodynamically possible with any other craft, and the fact that it glowed, which happened to be a byproduct of how the craft operated.
We're looking at a craft that was traveling huge distances, both to the left and the right, instantaneously.
Because we got away with it that night, it kind of became a habit, more or less, to keep going out there. And on one night, we got caught.
We had Geiger counters, film, video cameras, still cameras, everything. I started setting up the telescope, and about that time, the Broncos come up and said, "What are you guys doing here?"
The following day, I was taken in for debriefing and threatened, and really that's when the falling out more or less started with me and the people at S4. The day just ended, and notes were taken and other people were brought in, and I left wondering exactly what was going to happen.
20 miles from Area 51 along Highway 375 in the small town of Rachel, locals have noted mysterious and disturbing events for years.
People gathered here to discuss the sightings that they'd had. In most places, you can't talk about that kind of thing. You can't find a place to go.
That big around, and kind of the color maybe of a flashlight, but a long streak as it came through.
I saw a yellowish-white bright light rise up from the hill back over in this direction, skyward, hang motionless for 2 or 3 minutes, then slowly start to descend.
Between 89 and let's say 94, every time I came out, I saw something would do a circle and it would go straight up, then it would drop and it'd go left or right.
Well, I'll tell you, I covered organized crime here in this city for a number of years. I have dealt with a lot of mob witnesses who told me that they were afraid of being bumped off by the mob. People are more afraid of our government than they are of organized crime. They're worried they're going to get killed.
I was constantly followed. My friends were harassed, and shot at.
When he got his tire shot out on the freeway, this was the first place he came. And he said, I'm going to turn myself in. I said, relax, just, stay here for a while.
The news director and I went up to John Lear's home and met Lazar. We interviewed him for a period of several hours and were convinced this is a really interesting story.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of On the Record. Groom Lake, Nevada is one of the most secretive spots on the planet. It's located on the northeast edge of the Nevada test site and is said to be where numerous top-secret weapons systems have been tested over the years. According to some UFO researchers, it's also where the government is test flying alien spacecraft.
Well, there's 9 flying saucers of extraterrestrial origin that are out there. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all.
What about aliens? Any of those up there at Groom Lake?
I really want to steer away from that right now.
The first interview I did on TV was in silhouette. Everyone knew what I looked like at S4, but I didn't want to push back too much. I just wanted to say, hey, leave me alone, and it was hands off after that.
It was a flying saucer. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government.
They perform maneuvers that were not aerodynamically possible with any other craft, and the fact that it glowed, which happened to be a byproduct of how the craft operated.
We're looking at a craft that was traveling huge distances, both to the left and the right, instantaneously.
Because we got away with it that night, it kind of became a habit, more or less, to keep going out there. And on one night, we got caught.
We had Geiger counters, film, video cameras, still cameras, everything. I started setting up the telescope, and about that time, the Broncos come up and said, what are you guys doing here?
The following day, I was taken in for debriefing and threatened, and really that's when the falling out more or less started with me and the people at S4. The day just ended, the notes were taken and other people were brought in, and I left wondering exactly what was going to happen.
20 miles from Area 51 along Highway 375 in the small town of Rachel, locals have noted mysterious and disturbing events for years.
People gathered here to discuss the sightings that they'd had. In most places, you can't talk about that kind of thing. You can't find a place to go.
That big around, and kind of the color maybe of a flashlight, but a long streak as it came through.
I saw a yellowish white bright light rise up from the hill back over in this direction skyward, hang motionless for 2 or 3 minutes, then slowly start to descend.
Between 89 and let's say 94, every time I came out, I saw something do a circle and it would go straight up, then it would drop, and it would go left or right.
Well, I'll tell you, I covered organized crime here in this city for a number of years. I have dealt with a lot of mob witnesses who told me that they were afraid of being bumped off by the mob. People are more afraid of our government than they are of organized crime. They're worried they're going to get killed.
I was constantly followed. My friends were harassed and shot at.
When he got his tire shot out on the freeway, this was the first place he came. And he said, I'm going to turn myself in. I said, relax, just, stay here for a while.
The news director and I went up to John Lear's home and met Lazar. We interviewed him for a period of several hours and were convinced this is a really interesting story.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of On the Record. Groom Lake, Nevada is one of the most secretive spots on the planet. It's located on the northeast edge of the Nevada test site and is said to be where numerous top-secret weapons systems have been tested over the years. According to some UFO researchers, it's also where the government is test flying alien spacecraft.
Well, there's 9 flying saucers of extraterrestrial origin that are out there. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all.
What about aliens? Any of those up there at Groom Lake?
I really want to steer away from that right now.
The first interview I did on TV was in silhouette. Everyone knew what I looked like at S4, but I didn't want to push back too much. I just wanted to say, hey, leave me alone, and it was hands off after that. No one had followed me. It had the desired effect. Everything stopped immediately. Most of my documents, as far as my past history, vanished. And that was not a natural occurrence.
Further harassment by the authorities brought Bob Lazar to court facing minor charges of pandering. The judge found it almost impossible to determine his identity.
That shows that he worked for the United States Department of Naval Intelligence. I also note that he is in fact listed in the Los Alamos National Laboratory telephone directory. It's obvious that it's very difficult to get information on Mr. Lazar from government sources enormously.
Well, we can't verify his education background. The claims for a master's degree from MIT and Caltech simply cannot prove it. He can't come up with any diplomas, can't come up with any professors, can't come up with any classmates who would verify his story.
Trying to make me a non-person, something where I couldn't prove my background, so anything I said, really wouldn't be listened to.
However, I have been able to verify a lot of things about his background that make sense. We know he worked at Los Alamos Lab. He knew about the existence of a place called S4. Well, I confirmed with the government there really is a place called S4. I had never heard about it before. They say it exists, they just won't tell me where it is.
When the Lazar story broke in '89, the UFO watchers swarmed around this area, and they discovered two hills. One of them is called White Sides Mountain. It's the mountain with the white sides in the distance. And the other one, discovered more recently, was Freedom Ridge. Both these hills offered a clear view across the valley of this base that doesn't exist, which created a lot of embarrassment.
Terrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government.
They performed maneuvers that were not aerodynamically possible with any other craft, and the fact that it glowed, which happened to be a byproduct of how the craft operated.
We're looking at a craft that was traveling huge distances, both to the left and the right, instantaneously.
Because we got away with it that night, it kind of became a habit, more or less, to keep going out there. And on one night, we got caught.
We had Geiger counters, film, video cameras, still cameras, everything. I started setting up the telescope, and about that time, the Broncos come up and said, what are you guys doing here?
The following day, I was taken in for debriefing and threatened, and really that's when the falling out more or less started with me and the people at S4. The day just ended, the notes were taken and other people were brought in, and I left, wondering exactly what was going to happen.
20 miles from Area 51, along Highway 375 in the small town of Rachel, locals have noted mysterious and disturbing events for years.
People gathered here to discuss the sightings that they'd had. In most places, you can't talk about that kind of thing. You can't find a place to go.
That big around, and kind of the color maybe of a flashlight, but a long streak as it came through.
I saw a yellowish white bright light rise up from the hill back over in this direction skyward, hang motionless for 2 or 3 minutes, then slowly start to descend.
Between 89 and let's say 94, every time I came out, I saw something do a circle and it would go straight up, then it would drop and it'd go left or right.
Well, I'll tell you, I covered organized crime here in this city for a number of years. I have dealt with a lot of mob witnesses who told me that they were afraid of being bumped off by the mob. People are more afraid of our government than they are of organized crime. They're worried they're going to get killed.
I was constantly followed. My friends were harassed and shot at.
When he got his tire shot out on the freeway, this was the first place he came. And he said, I'm going to turn myself in. I said, relax, just, stay here for a while.
The news director and I went up to John Lear's home and met Lazar. We interviewed him for a period of several hours and were convinced this is a really interesting story.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of On the Record. Groom Lake, Nevada is one of the most secretive spots on the planet. It's located on the northeast edge of the Nevada test site and is said to be where numerous top-secret weapons systems have been tested over the years. According to some UFO researchers, it's also where the government is test flying alien spacecraft.
Well, there's 9 flying saucers of extraterrestrial origin that are out there. The propulsion system is a gravity propulsion system. The power source is an antimatter reactor. This technology does not exist at all.
What about aliens? Any of those up there at Groom Lake?
I really want to steer away from that right now.
The first interview I did on TV was in silhouette. Everyone knew what I looked like at S4, but I didn't want to push back too much. I just wanted to say, hey, leave me alone, and it was hands off after that. No one had followed me. It had the desired effect. Everything stopped immediately. Most of my documents, as far as my past history, vanished. And that was not a natural occurrence.
Further harassment by the authorities brought Bob Lazar to court facing minor charges of pandering. The judge found it almost impossible to determine his identity.
That shows that he worked for the United States Department of Naval Intelligence. I also note that he is in fact listed in the Los Alamos National Laboratory telephone directory. It's obvious that it's very difficult to get information on Mr. Lazar from government sources enormously.
Well, we can't verify his education background. The claims for a master's degree from MIT and Caltech simply cannot prove it. He can't come up with any diplomas, can't come up with any professors, can't come up with any classmates who would verify his
trying
story.
to make me a non-person, something where I couldn't prove my background, so anything I said, really wouldn't be listened to.
However, I have been able to verify a lot of things about his background that make sense. We know he worked at Los Alamos Lab. He knew about the existence of a place called S4. Well, I confirmed with the government there really is a place called S4. I had never heard about it before. They say it exists. They just won't tell me where it is.
When the Lazar story broke in '89, the UFO watchers swarmed around this area, and they discovered two hills. One of them is called Whitesides Mountain. It's the mountain with the white sides in the distance. And the other one, discovered more recently, was Freedom Ridge. Both these hills offered a clear view across the valley of this base that doesn't exist, which created a lot of embarrassment.
Within the past year, the government seized an additional 4,000 acres of land around Groom Lake, the land on which people would peer down on the base. I have interviewed now more than 24 people who worked at that facility, who all tell me bits and pieces of the same story. That story being, we've seen these disc-shaped craft. Some of them have just seen these things sitting in a hangar. Some of them have seen them in flight. But clearly that many people, photographs that have been taken out there of odd objects in the sky, disc-shaped objects. There are videos that were taken out there by people who are out in the desert looking to see what they can see.
We're about 2 miles from the military border now on public land. I used to map these sensors, record their locations using the radio, and then if you want to sneak around, all you have to do is simply pull the power plug, and you're free to pass by. And then after you've passed by, you put the power plug back on. These cables here are connected to magnetic cylinders buried beside the road on either side, and I'll show you them. Follow this cable under here. There you have the sensor unit. This detects any big piece of metal going by. There are live guards on the top of various of these hills that are always there 24 hours a day. Their only job is to watch the desert.
The saucers are in fact gone from Area 51 because too many people are out there in the desert looking for it.
No, I'm quite sure that testing stopped years ago. I doubt very much that the base is even any longer there. The remnants of it might be.
One of the earliest locations to be suggested as a possible storage place is the facility at Pine Gap in Australia, because of the top secret facilities that are already there.
Where would I put him? I'd put him in the South Pacific.
Cover-up probably started for pretty good reasons back in the late 1940s when the modern UFO era began. It's likely that our country really didn't know what was going on. We didn't know where these things were from, what they were here for, what they wanted from us. And there probably really was a danger that there might be an outbreak of panic if the public were told that these things are from somewhere else. But so many lies have been told over the years since then that I think that once the cover-up is exposed, if in fact that ever happens, that some of these military people would go to jail.
The government is in a holding status quo. They're just waiting for whatever the aliens are going to do.
They are actively and have in their possession alien spacecraft, and they are actively undergoing analysis.
And flying them?
And flying them.
Bob Lazar is an engineer and physicist who says he worked on flying saucers for the U.S. government at Area 51. He drew these sketches of one of 9 different saucers he says the government has in a secret warehouse. Lazar gave the saucers each names according to their various shapes. Top Hat, the Sport Model, the Jello Mold. Called in to help figure out how they work, Lazar says the saucers are powered by an antimatter generator, fueled with an element which he says could only have come from another planet.
They set up and produce their own gravitational field. just as the Earth holds all matter down, they produce that same field, but out of phase, and it repels itself. The effects that can cause, the way in which everything operates is by all intents and purposes, magic. I mean, it is so far beyond our level of technology.
Now, before you toss Lazar on the pile with all the other UFO wackos, understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tabernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
If he's lying, he ought to be in Hollywood, because he gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception.
Lazar says he was referred to his government job by Dr. Edward Teller, the renowned scientist who helped develop the atomic bomb. But in a rare interview with Inside Report, Teller insisted he doesn't know Lazar, or at least doesn't remember him.
I think it appears that someone's trying to wipe him out.
George Knapp is the Las Vegas TV reporter who first aired Bob Lazar's amazing claims. He says he ran into unusual problems just trying to look into Lazar's background. Though Lazar claimed to have once worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, government officials denied they knew anything about him. But when Knapp came up with a phone directory listing Lazar's name, Los Alamos grudgingly admitted he had spent some time there. Officials at the hospital where Lazar was born even denied the simple fact he was born there, until Knapp tracked down the doctor who delivered Lazar.
I find Bob to be credible, and the main reason is because the story hasn't changed. It's stayed from the beginning. It's been the same. It hasn't expanded like some of these UFO tales you hear. It's been the same. And we've been through a lot of different interview sessions, many on camera, many more off camera. And it stayed exactly the same, consistent.
But even inside the community of UFO believers, there are many who are skeptical of Bob Lazar's claims. Nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman says Lazar may indeed be the real thing. But he says he can also believe Lazar might be a hoaxer, or worse yet, a government agent spreading false stories designed to cover more important secrets.
I find Bob Lazar as somebody who isn't silly, who doesn't say totally stupid things, who comes across well. But I certainly, until I get verification, cannot endorse the legitimacy of what he is saying.
Bob Lazar says he quit his job working on the government saucers when his bosses began harassing him because he was letting others in on the big secret. But now that others are greeting his claims with skepticism and outright hostility, he says he wishes he just kept his big mouth shut. Lazar says he never took the idea of breaking security lightly. He just wanted to let the world in on a story he says we all should have been told.
Why keep a secret about probably one of the most important events in history, that there's been contact from an alien civilization? It's a significant event in history, more significant than anything.
On July 2nd, 1947, an unidentified aerial craft crashed on a ranch outside Corona, New Mexico, about 75 miles northwest of Roswell. The debris covered an area of several 100,000 square feet. It was discovered the next morning by the ranch foreman, William W. Mac Brazel. Brazel's son, Bill, described what his father found.
According to my dad, there was a bad thunderstorm the night before. The next day he was out on the ranch and he found this debris. And he picked it all up in his pickup and was talking to people, and of course there was some talk about UFOs. He was going to Roswell, and as far as I know, he got in touch with the sheriff's department. They in turn called the Air Force. Then the Air Force got with Dad and swore him to secrecy, and they came out to the ranch and picked up this debris. Wood, I call it wood, I don't know what it was. It was something like balsa wood, but it wouldn't burn, and I couldn't cut it with my knife.
Mac Brazel brought a piece of the material to his closest neighbor.
The piece he brought up was like kind of a tan, light brown plastic is what it looked like. There's no plastic now, but then we didn't have any plastic that I knew of. there was something he described as tape. He said kind of like a piece of tape that had printing on it. Wasn't writing as we knew it, and it wasn't Japanese writing. You know, it suggested maybe that it might have been a Japanese book or something. He said the writing wasn't like Japanese writing, but it was, I imagine, more like hieroglyphics or something like that, the way he described it.
Brazel brought some of the material to the sheriff's office in Roswell. While there, he spoke by phone with an announcer for KGFL radio.
So I got a call from a man who, on the ranch, now once again we're going to get into something here. I don't try to go into details about what he said to me or what I believe he said, but he was reporting some wreckage, let's call it wreckage, on his ranch. And he asked me, and he was quite I guess I could say upset. He asked me what to do about it. I recommended that he talk to all these. After listening to some of the things he was saying, he's saying certain things which I really would ordinarily be very skeptical about. You know, when you work at a radio station, a TV station, you get all sorts of calls from people, and some of them maybe a little strange. So I recommended, just generally speaking here, without trying to go into a lot of details, that he go to certain authorities. And I finally got him around to, I suggested that with whatever he was talking to me about, that he contact the Roswell Army Air Force Base. As I said, they're flyers. They'll know what to do about anything that flies. And so that was the first part of how this story gets started.
Chavez County Sheriff George Wilcox sent deputies out to the Brazel Ranch to investigate.
So you've read about this flying saucer incident in the newspaper. You went and talked to your father about it.
Asked him about it, and
what did he tell you?
And I asked him, do you think this is true? And he said, I don't know why Brazel would have come up and brought that stuff if it hadn't been something important, and that he didn't, that it had to be something that he thought was it. And he had sent deputies out to see about it.
What happened? Did he say
he sent the
deputies
and
out?
he sent the deputies out. And I think, I'm of the opinion that he sent the deputies out once, and that they saw a large black area, blackened area, the grass, the range land, and that they came back because it was dark. And then when they came back, he had to wait till the next day to send them back again to find something else. And when they went back again, the arm off and didn't let them in.
When we arrived, why, I noticed that there were jeeps and some people, you know, from the Air Force there. And of course, I went right in with my small child, and my husband Jay went into the office, and he said to my father, "What's going on, George?" And he said, "Well, we've had a man come in saying that there is a flying saucer and bringing a piece of things," and said, "I don't know what it is," and said, "We're investigating it." And he said, "What was it?" And he said, "Well, it looked like burnt grass out there." But as the years went along, Mother would always say, and I also know of an article that she wrote that said, we do not, as to this day, know that whether it was a flying saucer or what, because they told my husband, Mr. Wilcox, that she would say, "Don't you say a word." So he didn't, and he was very calm about it. I mean, he just didn't say anything.
Who told him not to say a word?
The Air Force did. When they came and picked up the piece or whatever they did, she said they reprimanded him. That's what the words were in the little article she wrote.
However, there was more to the story, according to Sheriff Wilcox's granddaughter.
My grandmother was Inez Wilcox, and my grandfather was George Wilcox, who was sheriff in Roswell, New Mexico at the time of the Roswell incident.
All right. And you say you lived with your grandmother?
Yes, I lived with her, well, I lived with her one whole year, and I taught at the New Mexico Military Institute, and then I lived with her 3 years, and then off and on. She helps finance me and support me and go to college. She helped me go to college.
Did she ever discuss events at Roswell with you?
One evening we were watching TV, and it was on TV there was something about space. And my grandmother looked over at me and she said, "Barbara, do you believe in anything, you know, outside of the earth?" And I said, "You know I do." And she said, "Well, I have something that I would really like to tell you, but I don't want you to ever discuss this or tell anyone because I've never told anybody." She just wrote an article one time and put flying saucer on it, and that's all she had ever written down on a piece of paper. And I said, "Fine, what do you need to tell me?" And she, you know, I thought it was going to be something completely different than what she told me. And she said, in the 40s, there was a spacecraft, a flying saucer is what Big Mom called it, crashed outside of Roswell. And I said, "That's interesting." I said, "How do you know about it, Big Mom?" And she said, "Your grandfather, George, was as a sheriff at the time." And I said, "What?" You know, I didn't have any idea. I said, "What more about it?" And she was very hesitant to talk about it, but you knew that within her there was something that she really needed to tell me. She sat there for quite a while, and then she looked at me and she said, "I'm just going to tell you." And she said, "But don't tell anybody." And I said, "Who would I tell anyway? I don't know anybody to tell." And she said, "The reason that I'm telling you this is because when the incident happened, the military police came to the courthouse, to the jailhouse, and told George and I that if we ever told anything about this incident, talked about it in any way, that not only we would be killed, but the family, that they would get the rest of the family.
She was there and witnessed the police, the military come in?
Yes, when she was standing there with my grandfather. I said, "Did you hear them say that, Big Mom?" That's what I called her. And she said, "Yes, I did, Barbara." And she said, "That's exactly what they told us, told us." And I said, "Why? What did he know?"
And did she tell you what?
Yes. I said, what could you have known? That what happened is my grandmother said that they called my grandfather. Whether they called him on the telephone, came to the office, they lived there at the courthouse.
Your grandparents?
Yes, they lived in the jailhouse, I guess. Okay. And someone came and told my grandfather of this incident that had happened outside of Roswell. My grandmother stated that my grandfather went out there to the site. When he got out there, there was a big burned area when they first approached the area. And then they saw debris. He saw debris. I don't know if he was alone. She was not with him. He went by himself. She said that it was kind of like in the evening. And then when he came back, I asked her, I said, out of jokingness, did he see any little space beings? And she said, yes, there was 4 of them. And I asked her, I said, what did they have on, Big Mom? And she said that they were like gray. And Granddaddy said their heads were large. And the little suit that they had on was just, you couldn't, it was just like silk or something, like that kind of material. But they were gray. And I asked her what happened after that, and she said he came back into town, and I guess they had discussed this incident, and they had thought it was fine to put it over the news, to talk about it, and then apparently something happened, and it was not okay. And that's when he started, Big Mom said he got phone calls from all over the world. England, people were calling him, talking to him, asking him about the situation, and he had been visited. And when they knew that he had gone out there and seen the site and seen this situation that they had talked about, Big Mom said that they were on him like you wouldn't believe. And they came into the jailhouse and told him, "You don't say anything, George. And if you do, you'll die, and so will Inez and the children and those children." And I said, "Did you believe him?" She said, "What do you think?" When someone's telling you and they have fear in their voice and they're talking to you and they're a person that you really love and you really care about, And she was honest. And she just told me this. And if she would have told me she'd killed somebody, I wouldn't tell something. You know, so that's what she said. And I believed her, and I know that she was telling the truth. And that's all she said. And I asked her, I said, were the little men alive? Were they dead? And she said, I think one of them was alive. And I said, did Granddaddy help it, or what happened? She said, I don't know. And that was that. That's all we know. Perhaps she didn't tell me about anything else.
The Roswell Base Intelligence Officer, Jesse Marcel, was sent to the Brazel Ranch along with Counterintelligence Corps Officer Sheridan Cabot. There, they recovered a sizable amount of very unusual debris.
I found one piece of metal, what looked like metal anyway. It was not flexible, but it was as thin as a foil in a pack of cigarettes. It was that thin. One of my boys told me, he said, there's something unusual here. He said, I tried to make a dent in this metal. And he says, you can't bend it. You can't make a mark on it. He says, I took a sledgehammer and whammed it. I put it on the ground and whammed it. The sledgehammer bounced off of it.
Before arriving at the base, he stopped at his house and awoke his wife and son, Jesse, who was 11 years old at the time.
I want to say it was very early hours. It was either very late in the evening or very early in the morning when he came back here. And it awakened both myself and my mother.
And why did he wake you both up?
He had something he wanted to show us. This apparently was some debris or something he brought in from the field at that time. And I understand he was on his way to the air base to deliver this, but he felt that this was unusual enough that he wanted us to see it first before he delivered it to its proper destination.
And what happened? What happened after he woke you up?
Well, he was, as I recall, very excited, and again he said, "I want to show you something." And so I got my house coat on, as did my mother, and he had gone out to the car and brought back in some metallic debris. I believe it was in a box. I know. I don't recall whether I walked outside with him or not, but he made it seem like the 1942 Buick we had was loaded with the stuff in the back seat and in the trunk area. At any rate, he brought the material in and spread it on the kitchen floor, and in an effort to try to piece it together like a jigsaw puzzle to get some idea of the form of this. But unfortunately, there was too much of it, too finely divided to do that. There was a lot of rather thick foil-like material, kind of not a shiny aluminum, but burnished or a slate gray type of aluminum metal. There was black plastic type debris like bakelite, which was shattered. It was very brittle material. And then there were fragments of what appeared to be I-beams, relatively small, but the typical I-beam type configuration.
Anything else unusual about this particular piece of material?
Well, the most unusual part of this whole thing was what was on the I-beam, on the inner surface of an I-beam. Because as you look at it head on, there appeared to be a type of writing on the mainframe itself. This writing was definitely a purplish violet hue. It did have an embossed appearance because you could, if I recall, you can rub your finger along it and you could tell it had texture. I don't recall seeing any lines or letters of any kind, but it was more like geometric shapes. Or, well, it's hard to describe it. It was curved geometric shapes. There might have been some triangles and circles, but it was solid.
Is it possible you might have mistaken it for Russian, Japanese, any other language?
No way.
Master Sergeant Lewis Rickett returned to the Brazel Ranch with Cabot.
Right out there, they had some points. They had some of the military police there. And they had a number of them scattered all around. And we looked like to me that there's something that they said that it landed and there was little particles and things lying all around. And I asked Cabot, I said, what's going on? He said, well, that's what this is what the guy said, something landed here. That's what he saw when he come out here. So they had air police scattered all the way around the perimeter, and the whole thing was down below the level of the rise, and it was just like a kind of depression through the, it was a natural depression. It wasn't that thing didn't cause it. It did cause a little bit, but the material that we saw, it just looked like it whatever had caused it, it was just like whatever there, it was just vaporized. It was nothing jagged, it wasn't cut, it just been a big piece and was just some minor pieces. But some of them are curved, some of them are flat. I know that I walked around to the other side over the distance and up to where the air police, at that time it was the military police, the provost marshal's office, and they had kind of a semi-guard out there to allow nobody in or out, and they gathered up that stuff as far as I can remember, and I know that it wasn't plywood, it was just as hard as you could be and just as light as feather. And it was enough there that they put some in I don't know what that was, some kind of a weapons carrier, I think they called it, or a truck that the military had, and they put it in there, and the major took it with him. I know that we, if I can recall right, I think that we had some, and that we had to box it up. It wasn't a big pack at all, but I know that a plane came in, and I think I knew the pilot that was on it, because he looked at me, and I knew him, he knew me, but he just shook his head as though he didn't want me to recognize him. So he just wanted to know something about a package, and at this time, Cabot was running the whole thing, and they left. I heard various other sources that I'm not sure about, but I do know that later on, I asked Joe Worth, who was head of the 700 CIC, and whatever happened to all that metal, he said, that Bruce wouldn't ask me that. He said, we changed over to a lab and they don't know either, something.
While Brazel was in Roswell, he was interviewed again by KGFL Radio.
I don't know whether I should say this or not, but it was true. We hid out the rancher for one night. Yeah.
Where?
Yes, and we did some transcriptions with him and so forth. Good old wire recorders, if you will.
Where did you hide him out?
We had him out at Mr. Whitmore's house here in town. He lived outside of the city limits on the east side.
So you were present at the actual interview?
I was not.
You were not.
I was trying to run the station at that time. The question that we ran into is the very next morning, some friendly person, probably from Clinton Anderson's office, called us from Washington and said, we understand that you have some information, and we want to assure you that if you release it on this matter, because it's not supposed to be released, it's very possible that your license could be in jeopardy, and so we suggest that you not do it. And he said, when I mean in jeopardy, like maybe 3 days.
I think the next significant thing, as far as I'm concerned, it was dark. I got a phone call again, it's Brazel. And he is saying in a very clear voice, you know, very, very loud, well, look, this story is, you know, we haven't quite got this story right, and I don't know whether it was that night or the next night. See, that's what I'm saying. They want to come over and talk to me. So I said, okay, come over to the station. And that's where I said, look, you know, it's a very interesting story or something to that effect, and However, it's nothing at all like, or it's completely different from the story you told me on the phone the other day, especially about something, you know, the little, where I said to him, the little green men, and that's where he said, yeah, only they weren't green.
In the meantime, at KOAT Radio in Albuquerque, Lydia Sleppy received an urgent phone call from John McBoyle, a reporter and part owner of KSWS Radio in Roswell.
And he told me he had something hot for the network. I got into it enough to know that it was a pretty big story when, if you wanted an interruption on this teletype, if you wanted the operator to stop, or you needed, you know, to feed something in, there was a signal bell that you turned on. And this bell came on and the typing came across, this is the FBI, you will immediately cease transmitting.
Brazel was kept incommunicado at the Roswell Army Air Force Base for about a week.
Mac was very secretive, and I know that he made it plain that supposed to tell this and not supposed to tell that. And I think most of what he was not supposed to tell was that there was any excitement about this material.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's my recollection.
But Mac was pretty unhappy?
Oh, you bet. He was a man who had integrity. He definitely felt insulted and misused and disrespected.
On Tuesday, July 8th, Base Public Information Officer Walter Hout received a call from Colonel Blanchard.
Got the telephone call from Colonel Blanchard, and in essence, he told me that he had in his possession a flying saucer, or parts thereof. Gave me a little bit of idea where it came from, and range northwest of Roswell. And then stated that Major Marcel, Jesse Marcel, who was our base intelligence officer, was going to fly it to Fort Worth to turn it over to General Roger Ramey, who was commanding general of the 8th Air Force at that time in Fort Worth.
And what did Colonel Blanchard want you to do?
He told me to prepare a release with basically the information that he gave me over the phone. When it was done, to take it into community and hand deliver it to the 4 news media we had in Roswell at that time, which is what I did.
Colonel Blanchard, on orders from the headquarters of the 8th Air Force in Fort Worth, had the material loaded on planes and flown out of Roswell.
The call came in one day to arrange to have B-29 ready to go as soon as possible. And of course someone asked where to. I said, just get a crew on board and have the airplane stand by, and we're going to go to Fort Worth. And that was Colonel Blanchard's directive. At any rate, I was in that operations office, and Colonel Blanchard drove up and came in and asked, is the aircraft ready? And I and one other fellow there, who is now dead, said, yes, it's sitting right out front, ready to go. And with this, he turned, stepped out back into the hallway, and waved to some people outdoors and still sitting in the automobiles. And I suspect, trying to recall now, there were 4 or 5 or 6 people. And I'll say 5. Doesn't really matter, but they came in the front door, straight down the hallway, and right out onto the ramp to climb into the airplane. And these were the people that were carrying parts of the crashed flying saucer at that time, UFO today, that I got to see. And that was the only thing I got to see. And it was very short, very quick. Colonel Blanchard, in order to get out of their way, had backed into the doorway of the ops office. And I stepped up to him and I said, Colonel, turn sideways, I want to see too. Maybe if I hadn't said that to him, made it obvious that I was there, I would not have been shipped out 2 weeks later. So he just turned and looked at me, and he did turn sideways so that I could half step into the doorway and watch the fellows go through. And thus I saw them carrying certain pieces of these metal items. And as I've described to other people, when asked, they had one piece that was, I like to say, 18 to 24 inch or coffee tabletop size, brushed stainless steel in color. Maybe if you think of the common aluminum foil roll today, when you're pulling out, one side's real reflective, but that's not what it was. It was like the opposite side, which is rather dull. Doesn't have great reflective power. And I've heard it mentioned now for so many times about the I-beam with the markings on it and so forth. And I actually saw that piece of I-beam being carried through and saw the markings. But it was a case of here it was and there it went. And
very quick.
That was all I got to see.
Well, we flew these pieces. They told us it was parts of a flying saucer, and we flew from Roswell to Fort Worth. And we started out. They told us we'd be going to Wright-Patterson in Ohio. And we got to Fort Worth, and they transferred them to B-25 and took them on to Wright-Patterson.
And what did you do then?
Then we returned to Roswell.
Okay. Who do you recall was on board that B-29 when you left Roswell?
Colonel Jennings was on board, and Colonel Barronslaw, Major Wunderlich, and Major Marcel was the ones up front.
Okay. And who was it who told you that these were pieces of a flying saucer?
I don't remember just who it was, but it must have been Captain Henderson.
What did you think when you heard that?
Well, it was first I'd heard of a bunch of flying saucers.
So it didn't really mean a whole lot, I guess. What was it that was actually loaded on board that you saw?
Well, we had it's just packages and wrapping paper, and one of them was triangle shaped, about 2.5 feet across the bottom, and the rest were in smaller packages, about shoebox size.
The triangle shape, is that an unusual kind of packaging?
It seemed to be.
Yes. And this was brown paper on the outside?
Right, with tape.
And did you actually load this stuff?
Yes, right.
What was your feeling when you...
Well, just like picked up an empty package.
Is that right? Very light.
Right. My involvement was to help load the crates of the debris onto the aircraft.
Why don't you back up a little bit from there? Were you aware of something happening?
Yes, we all became aware of it. With our people going to the hangar that was on the east side of the ramp. We were on the far west side of the ramp. Our people were going over there, and they'd come back and remeasure the aircraft to the inside for the capacity. Go back over there, and they were crating this stuff up. And when the
when you said they were creating this stuff up, did you see what they were creating up?
All I saw was what they showed on TV here during your first program that I called in. It was a little piece of material, so big square, and you could crumple it up, let it out, and it would come out flat. And you could not crease it. One of the guys that was in on the crating and so forth had picked up a piece, slipped it in his pocket. And where he is now, I don't know. Now, when I spoke with you on the phone, I mentioned about a distant cousin of mine that was with the Secret Service. And during our conversation, this was back in the 70s. Trying to think of the year, but well, it was in the early 70s. Family reunion, and we talked at length. And I asked him, I said, where would they take something like that? He said, most likely Los Alamos. All of our secret stuff goes to Los Alamos.
You didn't have any first-hand knowledge of this event, though?
He was there.
At Roswell?
Yes, he came as more or less a representative of President Truman.
Did you see him at Los Alamos? I mean, at Roswell?
He saw me.
But he didn't speak to you then?
No. He recognized my features to the features of the family. His daddy and my daddy were very close in relationship. I mean, they palled around all the time. But in the 70s, about 72 I think it was, when we were talking, he said he recognized me there, but he didn't want to identify himself.
With what department or agency was he with in 1947?
He was still with the Secret Service. I don't know what particular branch.
Did you discuss the specifics about what went on at Roswell with him in 72?
Well, some things. In other words, he asked what outfit I was with. And I told him, I said, the first ATU. He said, oh, you guys flew it out. And I said, flew it. And he says, yeah, plane. And I said, well, they said it. I said, we got the backyard gossip at the UFO or something of that sort. He kind of grinned. He says, yeah.
Yeah, it was July 9th, 1947, and we left Roswell with a crate, and we flew it to Fort Worth, Coswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth.
What were you told was in the crate?
Actually, when we left, we didn't know. No, we didn't know that in the crate that there was probably something classified really till we got back, and the kind of the rumors started talking around, and we did get a little flack as far as that we had taken something probably, and they were joking about it to us, but
any talk on the flight, during the flight?
No, there was no talk of anything. I didn't really realize what it was on the way down there. Till on the way back, we realized it was something classified, and that they didn't want us to talk about.
So you boarded the plane after it loaded crates? No,
we taxied out.
Okay.
No, we boarded the plane in the 393rd area. See, right off of the operations, really, and taxied down to the area where we picked up the crate, and loaded the crate there. Now, like I say, I don't remember loading that crate. I don't know whether that was on the blister back there or what, but I do remember at Fort Worth unloading the thing, and there were MPs on there. I remember the MPs.
Now you say MPs on there, on the flight? Were they armed?
Yes. Had the old standard 45, It was a low-level flight. It was in the summertime, and the weather, of course, in the heat.
You want to climb to get up.
Yeah. See, so it was kind of funny that we didn't get to altitude, but we never got to altitude. Me being in the back, I don't think we ever got over 3,000 or 4,000 feet. So it was a low-level flight, which was unusual. Always went to what, 25,000 and pressurized, But that was not a high altitude flight.
Any one any one member of your crew make any comments after you returned back to Roswell, as far as considering the rumors at that time? Did anyone say anything more definite that you can recall?
One of the gunners said that Lieutenant Martucci had said that we had made history. I didn't hear it because I wasn't in the front, but one of the gunners said that that's what they had said in the front. And that's about all. And I do remember when we landed in Fort Worth that one of the persons that we met, say 6 or 7, whatever was there, was a classmate of Lieutenant Martucci's. And I do remember that remark because they hugged each other and hadn't seen each other in a while. So I remember that part of it. And,
was there anything special about this classmate of Martucci's?
Was what now?
Was there anything special about this classmate of Martucci's?
Well, I didn't know it at the time, but somebody said he was an undertaker.
What do you think was in the crate?
I don't really know. Of course, the rumors was that they had debris and from the crash, and I'd buy that. Whether there was any bodies, I don't know. I don't have any idea. Because like I say, it was sealed. And we flew it there and come back. So
the daughter of Melvin Brown says her father told her in 1969 that while stationed at Roswell, he was ordered to guard a truck covered by a tarpaulin.
He always started off by saying he had to stand guard duty once outside a hangar where a crashed saucer was stored. His commanding officer came up and said, "Come on, Brownie, let's have a look inside." So they both went inside, but they didn't see anything because it was all packed up and ready to be flown to Texas the next morning. And then he would always say, "And then, another time, all available men were grabbed." That's his actual words, I'm saying here now that I can remember. All available men were grabbed. They all had to go out to the desert where a crashed saucer had come down. And they all had to stand guard duty around this site. They were told to look, but not look, not to take anything in. And him and this guy next to him couldn't understand why they had these trucks with some sort of ice or something in them. Whatever they had in there, they wanted to keep cold. And they couldn't understand what was going on. They were confused. Him and this other guy had to sit on the back of this truck, sit guard duty. They both had guns. And there was something inside, and they were told not to look. They could get into a lot of trouble if they looked. So I have to smile every time I say that bit, because if somebody tells you to do that, if you get a chance, you're going to look, aren't you? And him and this other guy did look, and they lifted up the covers. And he did say that these trucks were coveralls. I don't know what he meant by that. It must have been some sort of truck with a cover. He lifted up, him and this other guy both lifted up the cover and saw, I say 2 bodies, but my sister remembers he was saying 3. We disagree on that. They saw these bodies, and they were about 4 foot tall, no more than that, maybe even less. Much larger heads than we had, slanted eyes, yellowish skin, and not so much when we were big, but when we were younger, we used to giggle like crazy at that bit. We used to, my sister and I used to really giggle and say, "Weren't you scared, Dad? Weren't you scared?" And he'd say, "Hell no." He said, "No, they look nice." He said if they'd been alive, he reckoned they would have been nice. They had nice faces. And I don't know whether he said that to reassure us or not.
I never drew you a picture.
No. Although he got to that bit, the subject was changed. Then he'd say, "Whatever you do, don't tell anyone, you get Daddy into a lot of trouble."
It was always when he got to the bodies that he changed the subject.
Yeah, that was it. Changed. And if you pestered him, he got angry. He got most angry about it. But he did, I think he enjoyed telling the story. When he was actually telling it, it was almost as if, and I think my sister's agreeing with me here, it's almost as if when he actually told the story, he wished he hadn't.
At Fort Worth, Brigadier General Roger Ramey and his Chief of Staff, Colonel Thomas Dubose, displayed what they said was the material recovered on the Brazel Ranch for news photographers. Ramey said the material was a weather balloon radar target.
It was definitely not a weather balloon, and it was an aircraft. So what it could have been, I wouldn't know. I still don't know.
There's no doubt in your mind, I gather, that the balloon story was a cover story.
Absolutely none. We knew that it was a cover story, and whose idea it was. I haven't the vaguest idea, but we used that in order to assuage the curiosity of the press, because this had gotten out in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, Dallas News, and the UPI. And
well, the press release from Roswell, Blanchard's press release.
Yeah, well, yeah, there are all these pictures from Roswell. You see, all this created a lot of hubbub, and 8th Air Force headquarters had to be the guy that they're going to ask. The president, somebody along the line is going to say, who's running this show? And it comes up to the 8th Air Force, Rainey or his chief of staff. Somebody in there has got to know something about it.
Bill Brazel says today his father knew the debris was not from a weather balloon.
He said that's what the Air Force tried to make him believe, that it was a weather balloon. And he said, Bill, he said, it was not a weather balloon. He said, I don't know what it was. But he said it was something altogether different and much bigger.
Brazel adds that he picked up some of the debris that the military left behind.
And I was talking about it. I went into Corona and I was sitting there in a beer joint, and I got today's, of course, my friends was asking me if I'd found any more or anything like this, and I said, well, I'd picked up a few scraps, about a cigar box full, and somebody, I don't know, must have informed the Air Force, because first thing I know, I have visitors, and they say they'd like to have this material. And they didn't tell me they'd confiscate it. They just said, well, like we're going to have it one way or the other, you know.
During this period, Glenn Dennis, a mortician working for the Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell, which had a contract to provide mortuary services for the base, received several phone calls from the base mortuary officer.
I got a call about around 1:15 or somewhere right after lunch, around 1:15 or 1:30, from the mortuary officer wanting to know what was the smallest size hermetically sealed casket that we had in stock or that we could get. And I think I informed him that we usually kept a 4 foot, but I could possibly get a 3/6. And I said, I mean, what do you have in mind? He said, well, this would be for future services later on, in case he said we need to know this in case something comes up in the future. And then about another hour, maybe 45 minutes later, I get a call from the same officer, and he said, I would like to know what your preparations for bodies that might have been laying out in the elements are. He said, could you give me what your preparation and how you would do it? And then before I could explain our procedure, he said, what we're interested in, and this would probably be for future use too, he said, with your procedure, what you would have to do to the bodies that have been exposed to the elements and everything, what would your procedures do to changing like the chemical compounds, the tissues, the blood and all that, what would that do? Would that destroy any of it? Then let's say probably another hour, 15 minutes. I get a call, we had the only ambulance service, and I got a call on an emergency. There was an airman that was injured in a minor accident. He had a laceration in the forehead and in the nose. I think he had a fractured nose. And I took him to the base, but I didn't put him on a stretcher. He just sat up in the front seat with me. I gave him first aid, and then we just drove out to the hospital infirmary. And where I usually park the ambulance, there was 3 field ambulances, old Army ambulances there. And 2 of them, there was an MP standing right there at the back of those field ambulances. And I really never thought too much about it, because usually there's an ambulance or something back there most of the time anyway. But when I was taking the airman in, we walked up on the ramp, noticed the back doors of the two ambulances, the old field ambulances were open, and I saw it looked like a wreckage, some type of, you know, they might have had a plane crash or something, and I saw some wreckage in there. But what I saw looked kind of like the bottom of a canoe. It was kind of in a shape, but it looked, you know, it reminded me, but it wasn't, let's say, over 2 feet, between 2 and maybe possibly the most, the piece it wouldn't be over 3 feet at most.
What did it appear to be made of?
Well, what it looked like to me, it looked like if you, I don't know if you've ever, if you take stainless steel and like put a torch to it, you can see how the blue, you'll get a blue or purplish tinge off it, you know, and it kind of looked like that.
An even color?
Well, not particularly. It was kind of modeled, you know, model.
Did it exhibit gradations in color? Was it
the only
color
thing,
one part of the
well, it was
the
the only,
purplish stain? Was it lighter or darker? Or?
well, yeah, it looked like, you know, it might have been in a hot flame. Some of it might look more like stainless steel, but most of it was kind of bluish purplish tinge that I saw. But the only difference is on this outer edge on the curve there that it looked like that there might have been some inscription, something that, which I kind of thought reminded me of some Egyptian symbols or something like that. But just, I mean, it was, you know, I was walking past, and I really never thought about this until I got back to the funeral home.
Then what happened after you saw that?
Well, then I took the airman on in and checked him into the infirmary there and turned him over to whoever was on call, the nurse there. And I have to always, when I bring him in, I'd sign a report, you know, about funeral home ambulance, have transportation, and because I'd always have to file a statement later and send back out. One particular nurse that I was pretty well acquainted with, and I was going to want to see if she was there. And buy her a Coke, and we talked a lot, but this nurse had only been there, she'd only been commissioned like around 3 months, and she'd graduated from college and taken the state boards and gotten her license, and then she went into the service and was a second lieutenant. Anyway, as I started back to see her, before I got back to the lounge, there was some examining rooms on each side of the hall. And she came out of one of the examining rooms and coming across the hallway. And I noticed she had a, I don't know, it was a handkerchief, a piece of gauze wad over her mouth. And then she saw me and she said, what are you doing here and how did you get in here? She said, my gosh, get out of here as soon as possible. She said, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. I said, what the devil's going on? And she said, just get out of here. And then she disappeared, and that was it. And about that time, there was, when I got there right beside the door that she went in, there was a captain standing there. And he said, who are you? And I told him I was Glenn Dennis from the funeral home, that I brought a patient out. And he said, you wait here just a minute. And he waved at someone, and then about that time, 2 MPs showed up. And where I got in trouble was I said to him, I said, looks like you had a crash. And I said, I need to go back and get preparations ready, because we usually, in the crash, we always did our identification, everything in our garages and everything. Getting the dog tags and the bodies and everything else. So I said, should I go get ready? And he said, that's when he said, you wait right here. And then 2 MPs come on and said, come on, mister, you're leaving. And,
what do you remember about him?
well, I don't remember anything about him, but the 2 MPs was taking me down the hall. They were, you know, on each side of me, and they told me they had orders to follow me back to the funeral home. But we had gotten just not probably over 10, 15 feet, and then we heard this voice said, "We're not through with that SOB." He said, "Bring him back." So I turned around, went back, and then there was this other captain, red-headed captain. I mean, he was a mean-looking number, you know, but he was talking pretty rough. And he said, you did not see anything. There was no crash here. You don't go into town and making any rumors that you saw anything that there was any crashes. And he said you could get in a lot of trouble. Well, I was a little agitated, a little mad about the situation when he called me an SOB to start with. And I said, hey, look, mister, I said, I'm a civilian and you can't do a damn thing to me. And he said, oh, yes, we can, mister. He said, somebody would be picking your bones out of the sand. And he said, we can do anything to you, you know, that we want to. And then there was a sergeant, a colored sergeant, that had a, remember that. And he said, he'll make real good dog food. He said he would make good dog food for our dogs. And they said, get the SOB out. And that's when that's when I went on out and went back to the funeral. Then the next day, I tried to call this nurse. I wanted to call her, see what was going on, because then, you know, when someone escorts you back, which had never happened before, you knew there was something wrong. It wasn't normal procedure, you knew that. So I tried to get a hold of her, and they kept telling me that she wasn't there yet. She wasn't there, and so I called maybe 3 or 4 times that morning, and about 11 o'clock, she called the funeral home and said, I understand you've been trying to get a hold of me. She said, I'm not on duty today. But she said, I need to talk to you. And I said, fine, you want me to come to base? She said, well, let's just meet at the officers club. She was very upset. She looked like, you know, death wasn't over. But she said, you won't believe what happened. And she said, before I talk to you, before I tell you anything, excuse me, I'm having a throat problem here, but she said, you have to give me a sacred oath that you will not ever mention my name or not. She said, you can get me in a lot of trouble. So she said, what I'm going to tell you, you don't know where you got this, you know. And I said, what do you mean by sacred oath? And she said, I mean like cutting your arm off. That's what she told me. You know? And I said, okay, because I said, I would definitely like to know what, you know, what's going on.
Do you think she was telling you this because you were good friends?
Well, I think so, and I think she didn't want to get in trouble either, because she was very conscientious of everything. I mean, if the rules and regulations, I mean, that was just like reading her Bible to her, you know, you followed the rules and regulations.
Yet, she told you.
She didn't have to say anything.
Yeah, and that probably was against the rules, wasn't it, telling you?
Well, I'm sure. Imagine I would assume that she wouldn't have told me that unless someone, you know, said you keep this to yourself or whatever. I'm assuming this now. Because, but anyway, she said, what happened, the way she got involved in the first place, she was going across the room to this other room to pick up some supplies. This is where the 2 doctors that were in there supposedly doing a preliminary autopsy on these bodies. And she got whatever she went. She started out, and the doctor said, "You're not going anywhere, nurse. We have to have you in here." So we have to have some help. And she said she never smelled anything so horrible in her life when she got in there. And I said it was the most gruesome, most horrible sight that she had ever seen in her life. The smell was almost devastating. She said, I was never so horrified in my life. And she said, I don't know if I'll ever sleep again or anything else. She said, I've never seen anything so gruesome. I said, well, look, you're a nurse. And I said, anytime you're in this business, you're going to see a lot of things. And I said, you may as well get used to it. And she said, no, this isn't what it is. She said, this is something that no one's ever seen.
Was she ordinarily calm or emotional?
Oh, no, she was so hysterical. She would
No, I mean ordinarily.
Yeah, oh, yeah, she was very, not laid back, but very precise, though, but, you know. But, I mean, she would grab her head and shake her head and cover her eyes and everything else. And,
what were you thinking at this point?
Well, I didn't know, because I was thinking that she was going in total shock. I really thought, hey, there's a problem here, and I thought she would probably go into total shock, is what I was really thinking.
And while she was, other people were there, and
there wasn't anyone around us, because we kind of had a table off on the side of the office club ourselves. And she was hoping that no one could hear us. In fact, there was some up maybe at the counter there at the bar there. We were in the lounge, and we had ordered a sandwich, and but she was never touched her sandwich. I don't think I ever did either. I'm not sure. But she looked like she was going in just total shock, really. And I said, "My God, you know." And she said, She said, "Last night I made a diagram." She said, "You won't believe this, but she said I made a diagram." And she said, "On these little bodies." And she gave me she drew me a diagram of an arm, because she said the anatomy from the shoulder to here was real short, and this arm was longer here. And there was only 4 fingers there wasn't a thumb, only 4 fingers. Little long, very fragile little hands. She said when one of the hands was detached from the arm, and she said when the doctors turned it over, that she noticed on, and they made a notation. That's what she was doing, was trying to take notes and making notations for them. And they were all sick. But she said that on the tips of these little fingers, it looked like little pads with little holes that kind of looked like a small suction cup on each end of these fingers here. Said there was no thumb at all on none of it. They only had like the 4 fingers on that. And she said the heads were very much larger than the body. It was out of proportion for the size of the body, the head. The eyes were very deeply set back and set in. And she said that the amazing thing about the skulls that it wasn't like ours, that it was kind of like a newborn baby. They were kind of flexible, that, you know, the doctors couldn't move, that it wasn't, you know, like a hard skull. And she said that was a different, the nose was very concave. She said there was only like a couple of little orifices, and you didn't have the bridge of the nose, but it was more or less concave. The mouth was just a real fine little slit there. The doctor said there was no teeth, but it looked like maybe a heavy cartilage or something like that. It was very kind of hard, but not like, you know, wisdom teeth or anything. The ears didn't have any. There wasn't an ear like ours, but there was a couple of little orifices in the ears up here on each side. Very small, but it looked like there was a couple of little flaps. She explained it, and she drew me a diagram of the head. She drew me a diagram of the arms and the hands, and it was on the back of a prescription pad, where, you know, the nurses always carried a prescription pad, you know, and I'll take notes and everything for the doctors and all that. These were rather small, but she had drawn those the night before, and she gave them to me. She said, you know, you can have these, but there again, I was sworn to secrecy again, that, you know, either destroy them after I got through with them or whatever.
Anything about these beings, their necks?
She didn't say anything about the necks. She didn't say anything about the clothing. She said that they definitely had no hair at all. But then about that time, she said they all became so very ill, and when I saw her coming out, that's when she was so sick she thought she was going to vomit. You know.
What were they ill from?
Well, mainly from the odor, I think. She said it was the most god-awful smell that you've ever smelled in your life. Of course, being in the funeral business, I've smelled floaters and everything else. I mean, I've been through that experience. I know what she was talking about.
Now, how many bodies were there?
She said there was 3 bodies. 2 of them were very mangled. She said it looked like some predator or something might have been destroying portions of the bodies, because the tissue and some of it were cut in strings, like, you know, they were pulled. The doctors thought maybe this is what happened with that. But some of them, like she said, the hands and the arms were all dismembered from, which that could have happened from the removal. You don't know what happened. One, she said, was really pretty much all there, and this was one that they were describing, you know. She said the body was well intact, that one was. She said they were like between 3.5 to 4 feet tall, so that would give you, but the bodies were black. Of course, you know, being exposed to the element could have caused that. Yeah.
How did she refer to them? What did she call them?
She didn't know what to call them. She just said small bodies, that best of my knowledge now. I don't think she ever called them anything except very small bodies.
She expressed any idea of what their origin was?
The doctor said it, the two doctors, and she didn't know whether they were pathologists or what. She'd never seen them before either. And so she assumed they might be pathologists, but she wasn't sure.
No, I mean the bodies.
But she said the doctors, she said the doctor said, hey, this isn't anything we've ever seen before in our life, and there's no textbook that's ever covered this, you know.
Is there any indication of sex of these beings?
I asked her about that, and she said, I don't know. She said, I didn't look, and I don't think anybody else did either. She said that two of the bodies were probably so mangled and that they probably couldn't have told it, you know, but she said, I don't know about the other.
Did she say anything about legs, feet?
She didn't. She just, what she diagrammed and what she told me about the head and the arms and the hand is really all that she really, and then she got real ill again while we were sitting there, and she said, I've got to get back to the barracks. She said, I just can't. She said, I don't think I can make it another step. So anyway, I drove her. We went to the Oscar Club, and I drove her back to the barracks there, to the nurses' quarters. And that was the last time I ever saw her then.
The widow of decorated World War II pilot Oliver Wendell Pappy Henderson says he also told her about seeing the bodies of aliens at the base.
And during this time were those crashes of the UFOs in the desert or out of town of Roswell. And he never said a thing about them because he had a top secret clearance. Had anything having to do with dropping atomic bombs, you had to have the highest clearance. So he witnessed this crash and the little people who were there. I don't know just where he saw I never did pin him down. I don't know why I didn't. It was so shocking to me that something was real that I never did.
How did he happen to tell you that he'd been involved with seeing the little bodies of the crash flying saucer?
We were at the grocery store, and we were going to check out our groceries, and there were newspapers at the stands, as there always are, and here were this newspaper, and he said, well, I guess now that they're putting in the paper, I can tell you about this. I wanted to tell you for years. He said, I want you to read this article because it's a true story. And I not only know that it's true, but I'm the pilot who flew the wreckage of the UFO to Dayton, Ohio.
You mentioned that earlier that he had seen the bodies and one of them was damaged in some way.
I think he told me that they were small, they had large heads for their size, and that the material that their suits were made of was different to anything, you know, it was a strange kind of material.
What I remember him telling me was that they were small people. I don't remember 3 feet high, but certainly shorter than we were. Small people, pale, slightly slanted eyes, you know, sort of larger heads, and humanoid looking, humanesque looking, but not like us, different from us. And he said they were dead, and that he had seen them, and that he had flown the wreckage of this flying saucer.
Henderson's friend, John Krumtroder, says Pappy apparently kept a piece of the debris.
He produced this piece of metal for me to look at. He said, what do I think of it? He said, well, it's different. And I felt it, and it did feel different. And I studied it some. Was able to determine that its metal structure was different than alloys like we have in our aircraft, for instance. And of course, he did preface his question by stating this was from this craft. Apparently, I think it was a case of appropriation that he acquired this, you know, for future study, perhaps.
At about the same time, another unidentified object apparently crashed about 175 miles to the west of Corona on the plains of San Augustine. The wreckage was discovered by Grady L. Barney Barnett, a civil engineer with the U.S. Soil Conservation Service.
Mr. Barnett told me that when he was coming back from one of his field trips, he'd run onto a flying saucer that had burst open, and there were 4 beings on the ground. And that he was surveying the site, and about that time was an archaeological group from the University of Pennsylvania come on the site. There were about 4 or 5 people with this group. As they were just starting to look things over fairly closely, the military moved in and gave them a briefing to not say anything about it and to keep quiet, and it was in the national interest that they get out of there.
What was his feeling about what it was that he had experienced?
He had no qualms about what it was. He said a vehicle from outer space without any question. The beings on there were not exactly like human beings. Similar, but not exactly.
How did he describe them?
He described them being about 3.5 to 4 feet tall, very slim and with their heads were hairless, with no eyebrows, no eyelashes, no hair, and sort of a pear-shaped head with the top of the head being smaller, or larger, I mean.
Any other characteristics about their appearance?
Only one thing that he mentioned is the hands were not covered. They had 4 fingers.
Well, I remember that he saw, one time we went to visit, and I don't know whether it was before my husband and I married or after, I don't recall the date, but he said that he saw a UFO fall.
Mm-hmm.
He was out working in the field, and I understood that he was out in the St. Augustine plain, and he went over to where it was, and where it fell, and he got nearly to the side, and there was a group of people on a geological or archaeological hunt, and they were over there. I don't remember how many people he said, but they got nearly up to this UFO, but it was close enough to see some creatures, or he said they didn't look like human beings out there. And along came a government or some trucks.
No, with government you mean?
I guess it was government. You know, as I say, it's been a long time ago. But someone came along, and I understood it. I don't know whether it was Army or what. I think he just termed it government trucks, and they told them to go on back and forget they ever saw anything. Now, that's all I recall.
Probably in the fall of 1966, after we moved here, my wife and I, to Park Street, I met Ruth and Barney Barnett. They were living at 708 Park Street at that time, and we moved in across the street at 715 Park Street. And they were retired, and they were, you know, always hanging around their house and stuff. And I got to know Barney and Ruth pretty well. And one morning about 3:30 in the morning, when I got ready to go to work, and I used to work at White Sands, my phone rang, and it was Ruth, and she wanted to know if I could come over and help her pick Barney up. He had fallen about 1 in the morning when he got up to go to the bathroom. Well, this had happened before because Barney had been ill, and he'd had some surgeries, and he was a little weak. So I came over about 3:30, and I picked Barney up, and I put him to bed, and I went on to work. When I got in from work that same day, it was probably around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was a sunny day. And when I got home, I noticed that Barney was sitting right outside his front door, and just, you know, in his pajamas and stuff, in a chair with a blanket over his lap, getting some sunshine. So I decided to come over and visit with him, and when I came over, we started visiting about what a nice day it had been, and it's too bad he'd had a rough night and so on, you know, and that he, you know, had these surgeries. And we got to talking about what might have caused his surgery. And he told me that the doctors had told him that it was probably caused, the cancer that he had in his throat and mouth was probably caused because he smoked cigars when he was a younger man. But Barney told me that he didn't agree with him. He told me, he said, I think I got this cancer, he said, from breathing some radiation in, he said, from a UFO, not a UFO, what he told me, from a flying saucer that crashed on the plains of St. Augustine. And when he said that, I said, where? And he said, on the plain of St. Augustine's west of Magdalena, he said. I saw a flying saucer crashed out there, he said, and I saw the bodies and everything, and they were little bodies, and I saw them, and I think that's where I got this radiation. So I asked him how close did he get, and Barney told me he kind of leaned over where he was sitting on his chair, and he said, I was this close. He said, I leaned and stooped right over him, and I saw him. And I think that at that time, he said, I inhaled that radiation through my mouth, and that's where I think I got this, mouth cancer and throat cancer and so on. And, but he did tell me on the plains of St. Augustine, west of Magdalena. And I asked him if anyone else had seen this, and he said yes, that there were other people out there at that time, And I never questioned him too much about it, because at first I kind of felt sorry for him. I thought he was kind of, losing his mind a little bit or something, imagining this. But as it turned out, I guess he wasn't, because Barney was, all there mentally till the day he died, He was a very intelligent man.
So did you believe Barney?
I certainly do believe Barney. He would never fabricate something like that up,
Another account of the event comes from Robert Drake, who was an archaeology student doing research on the plains in September 1947.
On Sunday, 28 September 1947, we started back to the University of New Mexico, stopping at a ranch where we were expected for the midday meal. About 200 feet from the ranch house, while waiting to eat, I walked over to a fence on which a large boom had been wired next to a post. While there, I was joined by a ranch hand who talked about Indian artifacts being found in the vicinity and about how the summer rains made it extremely muddy there, and so forth. Then he told me that a spaceship had crashed a short distance to the south several months before. He seemed quite serious about it and said that there had been dead bodies with it. I do not think that I responded much more than to say that when I had been at the Chaco Canyon University of New Mexico Field School in early July of that year, people were talking about spaceship crashes in New Mexico as well. In late December 1952, while living in Hermosillo with my family, we were visited by several former fellow students at the University of New Mexico. Among them was Roscoe Wilmoth. I had been in an anthropology course with him in 1951. While showing him around the building, he told me that he regretted not coming to Hermosillo via the plains of St. Augustine, as he had wanted to see the area where, he said, there had been a crashed spaceship with bodies. I believe that I said little or nothing in response to his statement at that time.
In January 1990, an apparent first-hand witness to the plains event came forward to relate his own experience there at the age of 5.
Well, we had just moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico on July 4th, 1947. This was approximately the day before we went out on the plains of San Augustine with my Uncle Ted, my cousin Victor, my father, my brother Glenn, and myself. We drove down to the plains of San Augustine, which is west of Socorro, New Mexico, in the Magdalena Daddle area, and we were down there looking for banded and moss agate, which, according to my Uncle Ted and my cousin Victor, was prevalent in the area. My brother, being an amateur rock hound, wanted to get some of this, and it was a way of showing us around the area. And they had relatives down in Magdalena that they wanted to introduce us to. And so we had gone down there, and we got down in the Horse Springs area and had driven off onto the plains down an old rutted road for a mile or so, and seemed like a long ways. We parked the car, got out of the car, and walked down a hillside, a semi-forested, I guess you could say. It had pinon trees and scrub oak and stuff like that on it. And we'd walked to, well, not scrub oak, but cedar, and walked down the hillside into an arroyo, a dry wash, and then walked south down a dry wash toward where the agates were supposed to be at. And as we came around a bend in the arroyo that had pinon and cedar trees growing on it, we were able to see farther ahead down the arroyo, and on the next ridge line, there was a large silver disc-shaped object was embedded in the side of the ridge line, and there was debris and wreckage and stuff strewn about the area, but mainly this thing was intact. I would estimate its size from an adult perspective to be something like 35 feet in diameter. I've heard other people who were there say they thought it was like 50 feet, but as an adult I would say about 35 feet in diameter, quite large. When we got up to it, there were 4 bodies there, not human. There was 2 of them who were obviously dead. One of them was obviously very badly injured, and one of them suffered no ill effects, or didn't appear to be injured, and was ambulatory, was mobile, and was just sitting there next to the one that was still alive that appeared to be dead.
Were they right next to the vehicle?
Right next to it, right under the edge of it. And this craft had apparently come in from the east, bounced off one ridge line, went plowing through this arroyo area, and then crashed into the ridge line and embedded itself. And they were sitting back under the edge. It was kind of tilted up like this, and they were sitting back under the edge here. And I'm assuming that this one creature that was all right had laid this material on the ground, but it looked like unrolled tinfoil that these other 3 creatures were laying on, like it was trying to, like you do a person in shock, you know, put them on a blanket, kind of a thing. And apparently it had some boxes there around it, and had apparently been trying to give first aid or help these other creatures when we first got there. And as we approached, the creature drew back like this, like it was in fear of us, like we were going to hurt it. And it wasn't very long, you know, trying to communicate with it, the adults were. And it seemed to calm down and just sat there and kind of looked back and forth, watching them, apparently trying to figure out what was going on. Like,
what did it look like a little bit more?
These creatures, all of them were about 4 foot tall, 4.5 feet tall. They had very large heads that were shaped larger on the top, and they kind of tapered down. Not to a real sharp point, but just tapered down where they were thin. And they had very large, oval-shaped or almond-shaped, I guess you could say, black eyes. They were so shiny, they had almost a bluish tint to them when the light reflected off of them. Their skin coloration, I think the best way I could describe that is kind of a bluish tinted milky white. It looked like someone in shock. And the ones that were laying on the ground were really looked more that way, more blue.
How about ears, nose, mouth?
No, there was no visible ears on the creatures, except like if you was just to cover your ear like this, to where there was just a rise there and then a hole, without your earlobe and the rest of the ear there.
How about nose?
It was the nose was very small, almost imperceptible, and just like 2 holes straight in, and the lips were just a straight line. Like a cut, and you couldn't see any visible lips like we have. It was just a slit, and
what
never
hair
made a sound. Pardon?
What hair color?
There was no hair. They were completely bald.
And no sounds?
I never heard a sound of one, not out of any of the creatures, including the one that was.
Did you see fingers?
Yeah, they had fingers like this. They didn't have a little finger. They just had the thumb, had 3 extra digits, except the center digit was longer. And the other 2 were about the same size. They were very long and slender, looked very delicate. And I've made the statement before, and I'll make it again. I think they would have made excellent violinists because of the structure of their hands. They were wearing one-piece suits. All of them were dressed exactly the same, and it was sort of a real shiny, silverish gray color.
No zippers, buttons?
No, I saw no zippers, no buttons.
Insignia?
No insignias. The only thing that was different, they all had this, but the only thing that was different from the silvery gray thing suit was that down like the a seam on it, like it was a seam on the shoulder, and around the collar it was trimmed in what appeared to be maroon, like cording. Then the suits were continuous with their footgear. You could see right about this area down, it seemed to be less pliable than it was up here, like this was a stiffer area, like they were boots or shoes or something. But they were all dressed exactly the same.
Okay, so you and your family are talking back and forth, wondering what was going on. What did your family say? I mean,
Well,
did they say anything?
yeah, my brother, one of the first remarks I heard made was, that's a goddamn spaceship. You know, there was bodies up there, and, you know, I was told not to go up there, which I did. And
how old was your brother at the time?
he was in his early 20s, I think 20, 21, something like that.
He was a lot older than you were.
Oh, yes, considerably. When we got out there, I kind of meandered off to one side. This thing was cocked up, and I was standing here. The bodies were here, and everybody else was kind of down here, except my cousin Victor was over here playing and looking in this gaping hole on the side of this disc, and it's shaped just like a discus, except for a round dome was up on top, and there was this big gaping gash in here where you could see inside, and it looked like a double hall.
How big length?
The dome?
Oh, the gash.
Well, it covered the greater majority from the center of the craft out. It was just like a gaping hole in there. And I'm thinking, you know, it's like about 30 feet, 35 feet in diameter, so we're talking about 17 feet maybe.
Uh-huh.
And most of that one side was ripped open like that. And you could see inside, and you could see another double hull in there, and there was these rows of components that was on there, and there was lights that flashed on off. Some of them were steady, some were flashing. There was a lot of debris and stuff hanging out of the hole. There was evidence that there had apparently been fire. It looked like it had been burnt along the edge there. The gash.
Now, this wasn't a gash that could have been caused by the thing coming into the ground. It wasn't at the leading edge of the vehicle.
No, this was in the side, like, it almost appeared, it was elliptical. It almost appeared as if something the same shape as the disc we were looking at had hit that same, you know, had hit the disc and left an imprint that pretty closely approximated the outside diameter of the disc itself. And it appeared to be caved inward.
Okay.
And kind of like, you'd hit it like this and just crumpled and caved in and ripped it open.
Okay, so you're there, you take all this and everybody's mystified. What were the circumstances outside? Hot, cold?
Very, very hot. Well, to me, being the first time in New Mexico and coming from back east, that dry heat was just like being inside of an oven. It was unbelievable to me. And that was the odd part about this thing. The closer you got to it, the cooler it was. And standing under it in the shade there, next to these creatures' bodies, it was like refrigerated air conditioning. And
did you feel air coming out of this thing? Or?
No, it was just like it was ambient. And I remember reaching up and putting my hand on the side of it, and I think I was afraid I was going to hit my head because there was enough room for me as a small child, you know. I was approximately the same size as these creatures to walk up under there and stand there, but I kind of did like that, put my hand up against this thing.
What did it feel like?
It was ice cold. It felt like it just came out of a freezer.
Was it smooth? Was it rough?
It was very smooth. It had a very smooth texture to it. It was obviously made out of metal. It was very solid, and it was very cold, ice cold. And there was a smell in the area. It smelled volatile, acrid, like acetone. And that seemed to be coming out of that gash, that smell. But the closer you got to this thing, the cooler it was. So I kind of remained there, and I guess that while they were over here, my father and my Uncle Ted and my brother, and Uncle Ted was trying to talk to this thing in Spanish, and of course it didn't understand a word he said. And Dad tried to talk to it, and then they tried, sign language, and that didn't work. And I don't know, for some reason, I just I reached down and touched it, this one that was laying next to me. And when I touched it, I realized, I jumped back. It scared me and startled me because because I suddenly realized that these weren't dolls. I thought they were plastic dolls. And it's still in my mind that these are moving dolls until I touched it, and I realized, this was a dead thing. I'd seen dead relatives before, and I unfortunately had made the mistake one time of touching a relative that was in a casket, and I just knew this is a dead thing, and it scared me, and I ran around behind my father and my uncle, and this thing was sitting there on the ground, and it kept looking back and forth, and it just had its hands like this in its lap, and it just kept looking back and forth between the three of them, and like it was trying to understand, and all of a sudden it just turned and looked right straight at me between my Uncle Ted and myself, and this is when it was just like an explosion of things in my head, things I started, feeling just terrible depression, and loneliness, and fear, and just, awful feelings that just suddenly burst into my mind, and I don't know if that meant that it was communicating with me, and I was the only one there I could communicate with because I was a kid. I don't know. I turned and ran, and I ran across the arroyo and up on the area that it had bounced off of during the crash. And we were just standing there looking down at this scene, and my family, and off in the distance I could see cattle grazing, I could see a windmill, and I could see dust trails out on the playa, out on the plains out there. And I was there for a little while, and then I came back down, and I guess we were there, Victor was when I got back down there, Victor was up in the crack, and Ted yelled at him to get out of there, and Glenn went over and grabbed him by the belt and jerked him off.
That's your brother?
Yeah, and jerked him off and said, get out of there, you could cause this thing to explode and kill us all, and then of course he went prowling around in there. I was kind of standing off to one side looking, that's why I knew that I could look off these rocks that I was standing on, look right into this thing. That's why I knew, about the lights and the components and stuff. And then, I heard other people talking, and I turned, and there was a group of people coming up the arroyo from out on the plains, from the south. They had come up there, and of course they walked up and was talking, and
how many?
There was an older man and 5 younger students.
Boys, girls?
There was 3 boys and 2 girls. And they were all, introducing, talking to my father and my uncle and my brother.
What did the older one look like?
The leader of this group, the man, he was a very tall man, very big man. He was wearing a pith helmet when he first came up, one of those kind of explorer helmets. And he was bald, and I know that because he had taken it off, and he had done this, a couple times with a handkerchief and put it back on. He was a balding man, and he had a round face. He was very ruddy complected. He's a big man, and he apparently was a doctor because they kept calling him doctor. And as I understand it, it was an archaeological group that was out there on some kind of summer thing, and they talked, and he apparently was able to speak several foreign languages, and he tried to talk to this creature several times in different languages, again to no avail.
How did he happen to be there? Had he seen the thing?
Well, they claimed that they said they saw this thing come down the night before, flaming, and they thought it was a meteorite. And they had talked about, well, in the morning, we'll go over there and see this, where this meteor came down, because that's what they thought it was. And when the sun came up the next morning, and they got about their business and got up, and somebody looked over and said, they saw all the shiny metal and stuff across the plains there, and they realized it wasn't a meteorite, it may have been an airplane, and that crashed, so they all decided to go over there and see if there was anybody who was alive, that was hurt, that needed help.
They had driven over?
No, they walked over, apparently, the way I understand it. And it's quite a ways across that plain, so it had to take a very long time to do this. Or they may have had a vehicle, I don't know. That's an assumption, I think, on my part. They walked.
Okay, so they're around with
But
the
they
family.
came across the plains, nonetheless. I'm not sure if they drove or not. I didn't hear any cars.
And then somebody else showed up.
Yeah, they were down there just, 15, maybe 20 minutes tops, and they were picking up things, some of the students, and this Dr. Buskirk that they called him, this one girl went up and said, "Look, doctor, wouldn't this make a beautiful ring?" And she was holding what looked like a red rod, or a red tube of some kind. It was kind of a silvery red. And he kind of snapped at her, you know, and "Put that down, Agnes. You don't know what that is. I think it hurts you. Just don't pick this stuff up." And she kind of said, "Well, yeah, okay, doctor." And then he went back to what he was doing, and she walked away and put it in her pocket. And a lot of them were doing this, sort of picking up things and feeling things. I was picking up things and feeling things. There was all kinds of material, metal, and stuff laying around. Then we heard it. I heard it. Well, we all heard it. A sound of a motor coming like a truck. And I went back up the incline there to the ridge line, and I could see out there, and there was a truck coming up. It was an old pickup truck. It was sort of a beige color or a tan colored thing. It had a whip antenna on it. And it stopped, and this guy got out, and he's wearing brown clothes. He's got boots on, and he's wearing a straw hat, just like the kind Harry Truman always wore. And he had wire-rimmed glasses. He was a big man, and he looked exactly like Harry Truman to me. And I'd seen in the movie Tone News that
he was president then.
Yeah, I was well aware who Harry Truman was, so everybody was. He was kind of a hero, you know. And this guy looked like him, except bigger. And I don't think he didn't look as old either. His hair was kind of light gray. And he walked over there, and they got to talking, you know, with everybody. And he told them that he worked out on the plains out there, and that he made maps, and that he had seen the wreckage from out there on the plains, and he saw the people, and he thought it was a plane wreck, and you know, just something was going on. He came over there to see. And he hadn't been there but just a very, very few minutes when we heard all kinds of motors and engines straining and stuff. And here comes a military car with a big white star on the side of it, followed by a 6x, which is a military truck with a kind of a canvas wagon type of canvas thing over it. And it's full of soldiers. They've got guns. And right behind that was what we call a 4x, which is like a medium-sized Jeep truck situation. And it had two big high whip antennas, all kinds of radio gear in the back, and a guy back there with earphones and stuff on, and he's, you know, working these radios. And they all pulled up and stopped. And
which direction had they come from?
They came from the north, from the Horse Springs area, right?
So they could have come off the highway there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how they got there. They come off the highway the same way we did. Well, in the meantime, when it stopped, this black soldier, the sergeant, and the reason I know he was a sergeant, my brother told me he was, and he got out of this car, and then a guy got out on the other side, and Glenn said he was a captain. He told me later he was a captain. And this guy had orange-red hair. And all the soldiers then came running over there, pointing guns at people and telling them, "Get away, get away, get away," you know. And when this creature saw these people, the military, he went nuts. He went into an absolute panic, worse than what he did when he saw us.
Did he move around, or just his eyes? Or?
He just
oh, okay.
Crazy. And it was like he was looking
fearful.
like he was looking for a place to run and hide.
But he never got up.
Never got up. He never left the one injured one next to him. And this red-headed officer, this guy was a real butthole. He made all the threats. He threatened to have people shot if they didn't move.
To
away.
everybody?
Oh yeah, get away, get away. You know, we'll shoot. Get away from there. This is a military secret. You know, just screaming and hollering. And he told my uncle and my father that if they didn't want to spend the rest of their life in prison, they would never say anything about what they saw there. If they ever wanted to see us kids again, they'd take the kids away, and they'd never see the kids. You know, meaning me and Victor. That we'd better keep our mouths shut. If we did not, this is what was going to happen. They were threatening people and pushing people, and
the students as well. And Dr.
Oh yeah, they were hustling everybody. And one of the soldiers pushed my uncle. He had a rifle, I guess, and he shoved him back like that. Well, that was something you don't do to my Uncle Ted. Ted had a violent temper, and he grabbed the rifle and reached over top, smacked this guy and dropped him right there. And Ted had dropped the fight and dropped the hat. This guy's a cowboy. He'll hit you in a minute. And of course, when he did that, there was bolts opened, and I guess cocking, they were cocking their rifles, they were pointing guns at people, and everybody, Buskirk and Glenn and Dad grabbed him, pulled him back and got him away. Don't, man, they're going to shoot. Don't do that, trying to stop this. And I think we came very close to having someone shot. Then they really started threatening, and they interviewed.
Did the redhead do all the talking pretty much too?
Pretty much, except once in a while the sergeant would chime in and make statements like that to other people in response to the redhead. But mainly it was the redheaded.
Was there a name tag?
Yes, there was, and his name was Armstrong. And I'm not sure if I know that from having read it or know that from remembering it, now being able to read it in my memory, or if someone said that to me. But his name was Armstrong, was right here on his uniform.
Now, they chased you guys away pretty quick.
Yeah, they did. And they herded us up like cattle, and they moved us up the arroyo back in the direction. The protest of this Dr. Buskirk, we said, no, we've got to go the other way. We came from, I don't care where you came from, get your ass up the arroyo. And they ran us up the arroyo. And
so you get to your car then?
Right. Now, they take us up the arroyo, and just below the hill that we came down, they broke us off and moved us up the hill. Now, this whole time, no one has ever frisked us down. No one has ever checked our pockets to see if we picked up any of this material. And this girl, Agnes, still has that stuff in her pocket, and some of the other students had stuff. To my knowledge, up to that point, they had not been searched. Whether they did so afterward, I don't know. They never searched us, ever. They run us back up the hill, and when we got to where the car was parked, where Dad had parked the car up there, there's a Jeep with a guy sitting in the back, and there's a mounted machine gun in the back of this Jeep, and all these soldiers. The Jeep pulls out, we're told to get in the car, we follow the Jeep, and the soldiers go with us, all the way back out to the highway. When we get back out to the highway, they set us right there. They wouldn't let us out of the car. They wouldn't let us move forward. I don't know whether they were making a decision or what. When we got out to the highway, this place was absolutely full of military personnel, military equipment. There was airplanes sitting out there that they had landed on the highway.
Did you see any airplanes when you were back at the site?
Yeah, there was airplanes in the sky, but nobody thought much about it. I didn't think anything about it. I was used to airplanes being in the sky, having been raised in Indianapolis, Indiana, the home of the Northern Bomb Site. The sky was always full of military aircraft. I never thought nothing about it. And when we get back onto the highway, there's observation aircraft, high-winged aircraft, and there's one, what I know now to be a C-47 sitting there. And how we didn't hear that land's beyond me. And how he landed, well, of course, I guess you could land if you're a good pilot out there, so there's no telephone poles or anything. And they had tore the fence down on the north side of that highway. And all this equipment was setting back up there, and that plane was up there, and they were taking stuff out of the plane. There was military ambulances, and there was trucks with wreckers, cranes on it, and there was tankers, like maybe had fuel or water in them. There was just, everywhere you looked, there was military. And
a major recovery operation.
Yeah, it looked like an invasion force. It really did. And they were all wearing these light khaki uniforms. They didn't look like, olive drabs. They were light khaki, and they all had the same patch over there, that kind of blue funny patch with the circles on it, was on their shoulder. And
Did you have any clue as to where they came from? Did your brother or your uncle?
No, I don't know where they came from. I don't think anybody ever ascertained that. There were a lot of them had MP patches, and some of them were wearing nightsticks off of these webbed utility belts. They had nightsticks, and they had 45s and holsters, the automatics in the full holster. And these were the people who were given most of the orders. They had the road barricaded off out there, and we sat there for a very long time, and we were getting thirsty and everything, and we asked, if we could go back to Horse Springs and get some water. Oh, no, you can't go through there. And right after that, they said, no, you just turn around and you head out of here now, and you go to Socorro, and this is a redhead again, you keep your mouth shut, you just keep going, and don't look back. Well, as we drove away, Dad and I said, hell with it, we'll go to Magdalena, we'll get water in Magdalena, because that's where John Trujillo lived, their relative of Ted. And so as we drove away, I was looking out the back window, and I could see Dr. Busker and these kids, and that guy that got out of the pickup was standing there, and this Dr. Busker was doing just like this in this red-headed officer's face, and he kept pointing back behind him. And I guess that meant, we got to go back that way, and he was fed up with this guy or something. He was shaking his finger in his face while they were yelling at each other. And that's pretty much the last I saw of the whole situation. I don't know what happened after that, because we just kept going.
To summarize, the material recovered on the Brazel Ranch was highly unusual. The material was not from a weather balloon. The weather balloon explanation was a cover story. The discovery of the debris quickly got the attention of high-ranking officials in the military. The operation was highly classified. The media were intimidated by government officials. Civilians were threatened by the military. A craft was found at the Corona crash site. Bodies of aliens were found at the Corona site and were taken to the Roswell Army Airfield. A craft and aliens, both dead and alive, were found at the Plains of San Augustine crash site. The preponderance of evidence from multiple independent witnesses indicates that a flying object crashed in New Mexico in July 1947. The craft and the remains of non-human occupants were recovered by military personnel and transported under extreme secrecy to Wright Field and other locations for analysis. The results of that analysis are unknown.
These mainly are the types of aliens which people are describing in certainly under hypnosis in the abduction cases, and certainly people who have actually had confrontations with UFOs down on the ground. And there is a variation in them, and these are the slight variations you get in them. Now, there's a lot about being said about this reptile type of alien, and now what they call Bob Lazar reckons that they have actually got those in the underground facilities at Area 51, that they are liaising, as well as the Greys, they are liaising with the American authorities, but they are basically a lizard type, very, very powerful, very, very strong, and from what I can understand is they will not bother you unless you make them angry, but if you make them angry, get out the way, because they're very, this is what I'm told, they're savage. Now that is the one which a lot of you have seen from the book. It was a Canadian professor actually put this little fella together, and he said this is what the dinosaurs would look like today if they'd stayed on Earth and had evolved. That's exactly what they would look like, and they would just have 2 arms and 2 legs the same as us. So there is actually a theory that there may be in some underground, not the facilities, but in some underground caves or whatever you like to think, where the dinosaurs suddenly started to disappear off the face of the Earth. Some of them may have got underground and evolved to today's, what we would see today as an intelligent type of being. That is this professor's theory. And that's what, as I say, that's what he said it would look like. Now that particular picture, certainly the researchers amongst you will have seen it. I was given this photograph by Marina Popovich, the Russian astronaut. We're quite friendly. And when I was in Germany, she was talking about how she attended a convention in Canada, a convention of scientists, because she, apart from that, most of your astronauts are scientists in one degree or another anyway. And she went to this convention and she was actually given this photograph by one of the top scientists there, who was actually, I've forgotten his name just off the top of my head, but he's dead now anyway. And she said he told her that this was a photograph of one of the aliens that had been recovered. We don't know the truth of it. I can only tell you what she told me. Now, interestingly enough, on that particular visit to Germany, there was a Russian contingent there. There were about 4 or 5 of them, and they seemed nice enough people. And I got friendly with them because we were exchanging information, and we were sort of, you know, I was telling them our UFO stuff, they were telling us theirs. And in the hotel bedroom, they actually invited my wife and me to go to their bedroom and have a drink with them. And this seemed to go down badly in some quarters. There was some American operatives there, and next thing I know is my wife and me went to our bedroom to get changed, to go in the Russian's room. And while we're in the bedroom, a letter comes under the door. Be very, very careful what you tell the Russians. Don't tell them anything. They'll try to get you drunk and find out what you know. Signed, a friend. So, you know, it was spies amongst spies. It was quite remarkable, really. But anyway, that's what Marina Popovich says that was. These are 1 or 2 of the other artists' impressions of these things, and they're basically all the same type of thing with the big black eyes. Now, the interest in talking to my American counterparts who are dealing with the abduction syndrome only the other day, it's on this abduction thing. What the American researchers and hypnotists have decided to do, because we were getting all these cases of abduction, we'd never got anything physical you could get hold of as proof, apart from many people with many scars and things like this. They were implanting into the abductee's mind that the next time that they were abducted, get hold of something and bring it back with you. If you can't do that, attack the Greys, who are much inferior to us physically, and if you can scratch them or something, you can get some of their skin under your fingernails. Something we could get through analysis, in other words. Well, one of the abductees they did this to, in very, very quick time after this incident, had an abduction experience. Now, she never got a chance to get her hands on anything, because when they had her on the table and that, she couldn't move or anything else. But at one stage, she was free, and she attacked one of these Greys, but this was in her bedroom. And she hit it in the eye, apparently, and knocked one of the big black eyes apparently out. Now, what happened was the Grey immediately disappeared. But, let me get you right. Once she knocked this, it was like an eye shield. It wasn't an eye as such. It was almost like her sunglass. She knocked this thing off, which fell to the floor of the bedroom, and there were little flashing red lights inside. But the thing about it is, of course, they recovered the thing that she'd knocked out of the alien's eye. And it was described to me as being a very thin type of membrane type of material, but it was exactly like a coloured sunglass. Anyway, they're looking at that at this moment in time. But the point of all this is, it has proved now, almost beyond a shadow of a doubt, that these Greys are actually biological androids, and that they are working for a higher figure. Okay. So now, that brings into it, when we have people under hypnosis, they're not just describing the Greys. We're getting people, as a lot of the researchers here well know, we're getting the tall blondes, the Nordic type as we call them, the long blonde hair, beautiful blue eyes, look just like you and me, yet a lot more beautiful, a lot better looking if you like. About 6 foot tall, beautiful people. Every time you get this described under hypnosis, these are beautiful. Now, every time you get a person in pain under hypnosis, like the previous thing you saw, this tall blonde one usually comes forward and holds his hand above their body, and the pain disappears immediately, and they get a feeling of well-being. So, obviously, they don't want us to feel pain by whatever it is they're doing. These blondes, they do seem to have some sort of, they care. They care whether they're hurting us. They care at the distress that the individual is going through. But it's almost as if the whole process is necessary. It's something that has got to be done. And It's, from my point of view, I am convinced that they are in control of us and that they are directing our evolution. Because the indications are that they've been coming here and doing this to people for an awful lot of years, not 10 years, not 20 years, hundreds of years. And everything points that there's a manipulation going on, and they are actually manipulating the way we evolve, the direction they want us to go in. And I'm convinced in my own mind that this is the case. People might argue with me, but that is my theory from all the experience I've had with this.
Striking things about alleged eyewitness encounters with extraterrestrials is the commonality of their appearance.
These encounters are so widespread and the descriptions so detailed that it's now possible to analyze these reports. We've broken them down into 7 distinct categories.
Now, if, and remember it's a very big if, we are being visited by extraterrestrials, the galaxy may be more diverse than we can imagine. An all too common sight in our society is policemen arriving at the scene of a crime, trying to determine what happened. Often they call on forensic artists like Bill McDonald for help. Recently, Bill turned his artistry to another mystery, determining the identity of the alien creatures that millions believe walked this planet. First, he sifted through the eyewitness descriptions.
3 to 5 feet tall.
Big heads, big eyes.
They look like flies in a way. White, iridescent sort of skin.
It was green and had little hair on it.
Perfect humanoids.
From descriptions like these, Bill McDonald created composite sketches of alien beings.
The illustrations I do are made specifically for scientific research and for publication, and the intent is to be as accurate to the witness descriptions as possible.
Altogether, he's identified 7 different types of aliens.
The first category are the Roswell aliens. The Roswell aliens have a reptile-type texture to their skin. The eyes are very human, and they're Asian in character. The gray aliens are the next category, Reticulan Sapiens Superior. You have a small race between 3'5" and 4'1" that act as a technician or worker class. They have the classic black eyes wrapping around the sides of their heads. The next category are the ancients. They look almost like giant praying mantises or grasshopper insects. The eyes are fully up to 1/3 the total mass of the head. The Nordics are very interesting because they're the most human appearing of all of the aliens. They appear to be slightly taller than us, extremely athletic in build. The females are extremely well endowed proportionally. The males are very, very gorgeous and are described as looking a lot like some of the models, like Fabio. The hybrids are extremely interesting and very varied. Some of the hybrids are proportionally like children with very fine hair. The reptilians seem to have like 3 toes instead of the normal 5 on their feet. And they seem very humanish in proportion, but they have larger than normal mouths, and they have a very snake-like or lizard appearance. Some of the aliens, and it's interesting that the aliens in Close Encounters of the Third Kind looked a lot like this, seem to appear like fetuses and are proportionally like fetuses that are running around like small children, have a higher degree of intelligence, and operate in a technical capacity, if you will.
Bill McDonald has no explanation for the variety of alien life he has cataloged, and his drawings stand as mute testimony to the ongoing UFO mystery.
Something scared you, is that right?
Yes.
What scared you?
The noise.
What noise?
The noise that we heard in the air.
You heard a noise in the air?
Yes.
What was it like? Like a roar or a buzz or a hum, or what kind of a noise?
It was like someone was blowing a flute.
Yes, all it is now is just an orange glow. That's all I can see.
sun just coming up. Better not be. It's awful early. Awful early for the sun fever, Joe. I don't think the sun would just be in that one spot. I think it's moving out, you guys. Oh, we'll watch it. We moved up to a higher vantage point, so you tell us what it does. Well, listen. Sounds like it's revving up its engines. Can you hear it? I hope. Because it's sure cold out here. Taping this, you guys. Yes, we are. Sounds like to me a power plant diesel motor and a screeching noise in between it there, or with it. Okay, 4:29 a.m. That's for the record.
Delta Sierra Juliet. It's not an aircraft. Can you describe the aircraft? As it's flying past, it's a long shape. Cannot identify it. It has such speed. It's before me right now, Melbourne. How large would the object be? Seems like it's stationary. What it's doing right now is orbiting. The thing is just orbiting on top of me. It's also got a green light and a sort of metallic, like, it's shiny on the outside. It's just vanished. That strange aircraft's hovering on top of me again. It's hovering and it's not an aircraft.
How many people have heard the sound of a UFO? Now, I have a piece of tape which I believe is a UFO and was recorded over Aldershot in Hampshire on the night of the 20th of October 1978. It was an overcast night, complete cloud cover. The cloud level was about 1,500 feet. And the time was about 11 o'clock, and this noise started up all over the town, fairly large town, and people heard it all over the town. Went on for about 20 minutes. Now, no, it wasn't possible to see if there was a craft above, but there's a very interesting postscript to this event. Okay. So what I'll do is play you a few minutes now of the sound that was recorded actually by a student. His father came and said, "What's that noise?" And he quickly popped a microphone out of his bedroom window. Now remember, this was many years before the modern car alarms, where these darn things keep going off and you hear them hooting away for maybe half an hour. This sound went high and low in frequency, speeded up and slowed down. So it wasn't a regular beat, and as I say, it was heard over many square miles. So there was speculation as to whether it was a UFO or not. The interesting thing was that about 2 years later, I was attending an international UFO conference in London, and I played this, such as I played this to you this morning. And after I'd finished my talk, two Mexican, at least they introduced themselves as Mexicans, came up and spoke to me, and very interesting what they had to say. One was Senor Eduardo Castro, and the other was Sergio Sanchez. They were attending the International UFO Conference in London. They'd stated that they'd heard a similar noise while scuba diving. This was in Mexico. They were at a depth of 30 meters in a lake called Lake El Chichica, and this noise came through the water. Now, you've heard stories or reports of UFOs coming up out of the sea and out of the water. Jorge Martin mentioned some cases yesterday around Puerto Rico. Now, it seems quite probable that these craft UFOs are independent or operating independent of our atmosphere, have no need to breathe our atmosphere, and so their craft are totally closed. It's quite possible and probable that if they want to stay out of sight, then what is simpler than hiding down at the bottom of the sea or hiding at the bottom of a lake? If they're capable of travelling through the atmosphere, then they could be just as easily capable of travelling at high speed underwater. In fact, we know that underwater Aztec has picked up fast-moving craft of some kind in the sea.
As I'd gotten closer to it, I could hear the sound it was making, and at the point that I was, got up near this logging debris, these limbs and brush and stuff that was there, the thing suddenly started to make this sort of a revolving, sort of a rocking motion.
Huh. Interesting.
I mean, it didn't start spinning in the air. The same side stayed toward me, but it just made a sort of a rocking motion and raised up, and the sound, it suddenly had this real powerful increase in the volume to the sound. It just, seemed to vibrate my whole body. Huh. And that scared me so much that I didn't run back to the truck. I ran, or I jumped down behind the end of a log there, okay, just, for cover,
Yes, yes. Oh, goodness. So now, was the vibration or the sound, other than making you realize, something's changing, this is getting scary, was it physically painful or uncomfortable?
No, it wasn't painful like that, but it was just so powerful. It was just, and it seemed to be, so many frequencies all mixed together. And
have you ever heard any sound remotely like that before or since?
Oh, no. I mean, I could compare it to a lot of different things, but, there was a sort of a mechanical, sort of a high, rapid spinning, sort of a scraping or turbine sort of a sound, but it was a whine, a high frequency whine thing with this extremely low rumbling sound.
You're pulsing, very observant, Travis.
A pulsing sound.
Good.
And it seemed like it might even go off the range of human hearing on both ends, because how that funny feeling in your ears when there's a sound that's too high or too low to really hear?
Yes, yes, yes.
It was like that.
Harry also received testimony from Butch Hunt, who claims to have seen a similar object in great detail, but from a different angle. You and how many other people were with you?
5 of us in the car.
Uh-huh.
And we were coming from that direction, and we saw the ship come right over that hill. We stopped on the bridge.
This bridge, okay.
Got out. And by that time, it was right over us and made sort of like a whooshing sound. Oh, maybe like a fan.
Butch said the object flooded the bridge with light. It appeared to be about 100 feet wide and was so close he could have hit it with a rock.
We were 6 miles at least away from the camp. We saw this light, and we said, oh boy, a truck's coming. Well, anyway, all of a sudden we realized this thing was up in the air, and we couldn't figure out what it was. And before we knew it, it was right above us, and it had kind of a blue-green light in it, and it made a sound, and I never heard that sound again until I heard the first jet engine shut down, kind of a low whining sound.
Now, again, back to Brazil, Doctor. You apparently had an opportunity to interview some fellow physicians in Brazil. Is that correct?
One physician. I was saying physicians before because we had promised this individual total anonymity and secrecy, and so I synthetically multiplied the number. And
I see. All right.
But
the doctor,
individual,
the doctor that you interviewed, let's roll through that interview a little bit, all right? Exactly how did it go? What did you ask, and what did he say?
Okay, we knew that one of these creatures or beings, for lack of a better word, was taken to 2 hospitals in Forchania, and at one of the hospitals, which was Hospital Regional, one of these beings underwent some treatment.
Wow. You're telling me this creature was, what, taken to the hospital by the military there?
The creature was taken to the hospital by 2 military personnel. One actually held the creature on his lap and took it to the hospital.
Really?
This is another story because that individual died within 2 weeks after exposure to the creature.
Cause of death?
A total secret until probably just recently because there's just been a conference in there, and another doctor who treated this individual, I understand, has come forth and is spilling the book. So I will have that information shortly.
Suspicions?
The sister of the deceased military police officer described symptoms that to me were very similar to Ebola infection.
Oh, my God.
So, everybody says, why don't they land on the White House lawn and come out and shake hands?
Yeah.
Maybe if they did, we wouldn't be around long to talk about it.
Well, I don't know, Doctor. For a long time, I've been very suspicious and uneasy with the majority opinion in the UFO community that these are warm, fuzzy little things. I've never felt that, and I've always felt very strongly the possibility that no matter how you look at this, and I stand back and look at the reproductive experiments and that kind of thing, and, I'm not thinking they're acting in our favor. And I'm not so comfortable with the fact that they're warm, fuzzy little creatures, and I think the UFO community better get over it.
I think that, my advice to the UFO community in general is they better wake up and get scientific and drop some of the illusions that have been floating around for years.
Good luck.
But who knows? Yeah. But anyway, back to the story, because this is so important.
Please.
One of these creatures was injured, and that's the one that sat on this poor soul's lap, and he was taken to Hospital Regional, met there by an additional military contingent who took over a portion of the hospital, the surgical wing, and this is not a big place to begin with. And there the creature underwent some sort of treatment. We didn't know until this witness heard I was coming to town and called Uberjar Rodriguez and said that he would be willing to talk to me, not as any kind of a UFO investigator, but as a colleague.
Yes, yes.
So a meeting was arranged. Nothing was allowed to be taped. There was no video, no recording of any kind. We met him. I took my traveling companion, who was acting as my cameraman, Ubirajara, and his son, who acted as the translator.
Why this provision of no recording equipment?
This man was frightened to death. This, for him, was a catharsis. He had not spoken to anyone in 6 years. He was threatened not only with the loss of a job and his license, but he was threatened with a little more serious consequence.
That would all do it. That would do it. All right. So obviously no recording equipment. He'd been, really apparently had his neck wrung out by the military down there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
all right.
when we got there and the meeting took place, a disclaimer was the first thing out of his lips. This didn't happen to me. These were rumors. These are things that I heard about. I have no relationship at all, et cetera, et cetera. If you want to hear this, I'm willing to tell you about it. And we said, oh, absolutely. So we sat down and we started the questions rolling. And of course, the information I got was through, like you mentioned earlier, through interpretation. However, when it came to the medical terminology and the medical lingo, we were one-to-one. It didn't make any difference whether he was speaking Portuguese and I was speaking English.
Yeah, it makes sense.
We were able to understand, and I got more knowledge out of that than what came from the interpreter's lips.
Then tell me about that.
Well, as I said, he started with a disclaimer, but then when he started talking about the events and what happened, and
well, that's what I want to know: what the events and what did happen.
Yeah, he was not told what this was. There was some emergency. There was military in the hospital. That wasn't surprising because they had accidents that happened on the base, and they took in people and et cetera. So he was not surprised to see a military contingent to the hospital at all. He was taken in, asked to go into the surgical wing of the hospital, and military guards, after he went in with a couple of colleagues and assistants, were closed off into that area. And he inquired as to what was going on, and they told him that it wasn't his business, just to follow directions and do what he was told. To cut the story down so it'll fit in, we get the important parts. He was taken into the operating room. There was something lying on the table that he knew was short, covered with a drape sheet, and he thought, oh my, this is something because it's probably a child. And,
sure.
There's a serious injury here. So the doors were shut. They told him, don't come out until he's resolved the medical problem. Don't ask questions and just do your thing. Very matter of fact, do it. Make sure the patient's alive, and then you can come out. So he was there with the surgical personnel and so on. There were some X-rays that were up on the view box. He looked at the X-rays and found that there was a compound fracture of the leg. And at that point, he went over to the table and started to roll back the drape and was horrified because he looked at it and he thought that this was some kind of terrible, horrible deformity, human deformity. But as he began to examine what was laying there, he realized that this was not a human being at all.
Not a human.
And he described it very similar as to what the girls described, a creature that was about almost 5 feet in length, with a large head, a thin neck, brown, oily-colored skin, no body hair, no facial hair, no mustache, a tiny little nose.
And he gave it to you in that detail?
Yeah, in that detail. And, I'm glad you asked that, because at this point, his demeanor began to change, and you had to sit there as a witness and watch this to completely understand the emotion now that was filling the room, because it was only a short time after this. I mean, it was easy to realize these weren't rumors. He was the guy.
Yeah, well, I've got it. But in terms of this wasn't human, but apparently it had what we would think of as a leg, and it was obvious that there was a bone.
Yeah,
so that
it was a broken leg with the bone sticking out through the skin.
So we know already that the metabolism is fairly similar to that of human beings in some ways, right? The construction.
Yeah, we went through a lot of detail, which I don't have time to go into at all, but I'll mention a few things. I asked them about the blood and the bone. I said,
right.
You know, what's the blood like? You know, is it blue and, you know, jumps around on the floor or what?
Yes.
And he said, no, the blood is very similar to human blood, even with the cellular constituents. With one large exception was that there's a set of little small white cells called platelets. And the platelet reading, he said, was about 10,000 times higher than in human blood.
Wow.
And that it clotted almost immediately as it came out of the blood vessel, but he didn't know whether this was due to increased platelets or whether the blood was being exposed to an atmosphere that was different than where this thing had come from. He said the bone was, again, very similar to human bone, except it was a little more pink in color, and then it contained what is called medically lacunae. And these are holes or apertures that are in the bone. He said it almost looked like osteoporotic bone, which in human is a diseased bone, which the calcium drops out and has holes in it. But he said because of these internal lacunae or holes or apertures in the bone,
yes,
the tensile strength of the bone was much, much stronger than human bone. And, you know, he knew that what he had to do was to, of course, put the bone back, set the fracture, and so on.
Yes.
And at some point, he said he lost control, and that whatever was happening was that whatever was laying there was controlling the movements of his hands.
Holy mackerel.
And he reapproximated the bone, and he said when the ends were reapproximated, in other words, put together.
Stop you for a question. Was there any anesthetic?
Yes, they were afraid to administer a gas anesthesia because they didn't know what this respiratory system was like.
Right.
So
right.
They guessed, you know, that it would react with a local anesthesia, so they used it. But even after they used it, they didn't know whether it was producing anesthesia or whether the being had control over what he was feeling.
Yeah, exactly.
Once the bone ends were approximated, he said he couldn't move it.
Did the creature make any noise?
No.
No noise.
No noise, but it did move on the table. It had head-turning movements.
Uh-huh.
And there was a lot of rumors in this case, and some of the rumors indicated that these creatures made a buzzing noise like a bunch of bees. I didn't find that, and I couldn't get any testimony of that, but there are supposedly some witnesses that...
and so at some point during his treatment, the doctor felt as though the movements were not his at all?
That's correct. He said that he tried to explain it as best as he could by and automatic movements of the hands that sort of guided his fingers in doing what he was doing. You know, the closest thing I've ever heard of this is on Star Trek, when I think Spock was putting himself together. They fixed the wound without internal fixation. That means no plates, no pins, no screws, no wires.
Right.
Because when the bone ends were approximated, he couldn't move it.
You're telling me it healed right away?
The whole thing healed, he said, within 24 hours, bone and superficial tissue.
Oh, my goodness. This is hot stuff.
Well, it's an absolutely amazing emotional story, and there was an episode that I'll finish with here, which is even more amazing. I won't go into all the details, but there was a telepathic communication between the being and the doctor, and he said it was like downloading large amounts of information into his head, and it felt like somebody was hitting him over the head with a hammer.
And the nature of the information?
I'll get to that. He said that it was making him sick, like migraine headaches, which lasted for 2 weeks afterwards.
But he knew he was getting it.
He knew he was getting it, and I asked him, "Can you tell us, you know, what it is that you learned from the creature?" And he says, "I'm only going to tell you a very little bit at this meeting." And I said, "Okay, go." And he said the first thing the creature said was that he felt sorry for human beings. And I said, why? And his answer was, because the creature said that we could do everything that they could do, but we didn't know how to do it. And number two, the other reason he felt sorry for human beings is, and this is very, very prophetic, he said, because we were totally detached from our spiritual self.
Well, that may be so.
Now, when this interview was finished, again, all I can do is verbally describe that here's a man who hasn't talked about this to a soul in 6 years, telling us the story. He's now sitting in a chair with his head bent over, his hands out in front of him that are absolutely shaking.
Hold it.
Tears running down his face.
Right, I've got it. Hold it right there.
Since last week's report by 2 Aldridge policemen that they saw an unidentified flying object, hundreds of viewers have written or phoned to say that they'd seen similar things. One of the most interesting reports came from a Girl Guides camp near Droitwich. They were camped next to the field in which I'm standing, and they say that they saw what they think was a flying saucer hovering over this field for nearly an hour. Mrs. Olive Granger was one of the guide leaders.
Mrs. McGowan, she's the guide at Fort Dudley. We were having a last cup of cocoa round the campfire in the kitchen. The guides were in bed, and suddenly there was this terrific roar. And we looked up, and the shape, it seemed to be just a straight line with flashing lights, was coming towards us. We ducked, and this thing swerved and went into the meadow, the next meadow, which is about 50 yards away from where we were. And by this time, Miss Hare had joined us, and 2 guides had come up to the kitchen, and we just watched this thing hovering.
What did you think it was when you first saw it coming towards you? What was your first impression of it?
I thought it was an aircraft out of control, and I thought that it was going to land on the campsite.
You thought it was going to crash
Yes,
into
we
you?
really did. We were very frightened. We didn't hear it coming at all. We just heard this terrific roar, looked up, and there it was.
And what impression did you get over in the meadow? What shape did it appear to be then, when you could have a good look at it?
It seemed to be a circular shape. We didn't see it all round it. We just saw the one side of it, and we just saw lights.
You got the impression that it was round, though, did you?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, it hadn't got any wings at all. It wasn't an aeroplane, I'm sure of that.
Did anyone try to go and have another look at it, a closer look at it?
Miss Hare wanted to go, and Mrs. McGowan was terrified, and I was frightened as well. But she would have gone if somebody had gone with her, but we were just scared. She did go to the manor to try and phone, but everybody was asleep, and we didn't want to disturb them, because Lady Sands lives in the manor on her own. We didn't want to frighten her, and we just couldn't get in touch with anyone else.
What did you think it was?
Well, it wasn't an aeroplane. Definitely wasn't an aeroplane, and it was either something from outer space, or it was something that they're developing. You know, the hush-hush they don't want us to know about.
And how high above the ground was it hovering?
Well, when it was coming over us, it wasn't very high at all. It was about house high. But when it was in the field, it was quite close to the ground. I should say about 30 feet off the ground, not more than that.
Do you think you're an imaginative woman? And
No.
have you ever thought about flying saucers before now?
Well, no. We just haven't thought about them. I always said that if I saw one, I would believe in them, and until I did see one, I wouldn't. And I'm convinced that we saw something. There was definitely something there.
Participating in today's hearing: Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week, the Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs, for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to thank the brave military pilots and personnel, such as the witnesses on the panel today, for sharing their stories on how they have engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they may pose. I will say that when I was younger in school, I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there. The lack of a transparency regarding UAPs, which was one of the themes of that book, in any event, it's led to interest in studying what UAPs are and what threats they pose. The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO. So this has led Congress to establish entities to examine UAPs. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2022 established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, to conduct or to coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight from Congress. In addition to AARO's efforts, NASA is leading an independent study on UAPs that will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices being established, there lies a pressing demand for government transparency and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration handling of the Chinese spy balloon that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for these. The Biden administration's description of events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency from the Department of Defense, our intelligence community, and our defense industry on the UAP work. We're going to ask some questions about that today. Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today's witnesses' testimonies will seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think the cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. Colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified and it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, Advanced Space Propulsion Based on Vacuum, Space-Time Metric Engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position of our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade. He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude. It's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. And Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance. I can state that as a fact. Out there, I met a fellow who came in here all the way from Denmark to be here for this meeting. So this is huge. This is worldwide. I think we suspect what's going on, but I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude. Y'all quit clapping. You're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this, and I think you're going to find out that they've endured quite a few slings and arrows. We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. And I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there, and now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I've said, you know, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way through this thing. We've run into roadblocks from members, from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization that just said if an airline pilot has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they work for us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing. Sorry to disappoint about half y'all. We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming forward about this. And I yield back the remainder of my time. I think, is it to Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman, or is that?
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding information about UAPs and not being honest about what we know about them. And from my personal experience, I believe the same thing. Another poll found that nearly half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings. As Representative Burchett just referenced on the FAA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences. In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status. How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs or UAPs. We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAP. People who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude of what this means, not just for our nation, but for humanity. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank you and Mr. Burchett for bringing this topic to my attention. Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank first our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that as well. I do want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue, particularly to Congressman Burchett. I know that your leadership has brought us to this place today, and I want to thank you for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security and key to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs have posed a serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions, as we all know, is at an all-time low. Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs, and on June 9, 2022, NASA announced that the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight, and that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on, particularly as our witnesses will testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight and public disclosure, we must also gain the broad support of the public. We will succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the process. Now, I understand fully the Department of Defense is hesitant to share information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensitive material. At the same time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is dangerous also. I believe in openness and transparency. That is also the role of Congress. And I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up minds. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even multiple types of sensors, detect things that we cannot explain. UAPs, whatever they may be, may pose a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime and career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that our space, of course, is vast and undiscovered. I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated that they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies. And we should remind viewers and witnesses, which I think is really important, that we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear over and over from many agencies the stigma around reporting and investigating UAPs prevents us from getting real answers. We know that whistleblowers have reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have national security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee. We can't be afraid of asking questions, and we can't be afraid of the truth. I'm proud to say that this hearing builds upon bipartisan work by members of the House and Senate dating many years back, which has sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. I think an open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account, though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions, and overclassification of information away from the American public or even Congress contributes to today's politics. The American people have regular questions. What are UAPs? How come the media doesn't report more on them? Are they foreign adversaries? Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else? They ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world, but when it comes to UAPs, nothing? Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development, satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance capabilities. I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress to reinsert ourselves. I call on our military leaders and intelligence officials to release more information to the American people about UAPs. And to our military leaders, if there's nothing to conceal, let Congress go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground, or even Groom Lake in Nevada. We should have disclosure today. We should have disclosure tomorrow. The time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I would yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, squadron leader who worked as a naval aviator for 18 years. Mr. Fravor has his own UAP experience, known as the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please try to limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please in front of you so that it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn yellow, and the red light, when that comes on, it tells you your 5 minutes have expired. I'll now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers. And I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grush.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major, and most recently from 2021 to 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I became a whistleblower through a PPD-19 urgent concern filing in May 2022 with the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country, many of whom also have shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony to myself and my various colleagues. I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP Task Force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking Congress to hold our government to this standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member of the UAP Task Force from 2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs, we needed to satisfy our congressionally mandated mission, and we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant compartments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my wingman was joining up. We were told that the training was going to be suspended and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down and saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned. Tapes were never taken. And after a couple days, it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial official report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keene, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times. And it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where they're from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the Whistleblower Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged WAVE programs have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know it's very difficult for all of you, all you've done in the past to try to illuminate this issue. Call on myself first for some questions. I'm going to start with Mr. Graves. Are pilots that you interact with as part of your organization, do you feel adequately trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
No. Right now, military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP, but more concerning is that commercial aviation sector has not adapted to the lessons that the military has implemented. The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay. What steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional repercussions, either through management or perhaps through their yearly physical check. So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this information available through the public is going to reduce the concerns that aircrew have.
Could you just give me a little idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and I'll just say a countermeasure perspective. So it's that we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so the operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right now, there is not a lot of back and forth.
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with intelligence professionals that are actually doing step briefs to pilots, that kind of information. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for your service and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in the pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns that for members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system to actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. And so can you just briefly, you mentioned that you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs, but you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those that you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal first-hand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they are reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Graves, not having this system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. You know, so if you took the East Coast, you know, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, you know, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but also commercial aviation, because there's a lot of that going on, especially if you talk to anyone that flies from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel there's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for the two of you briefly beyond this reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place for civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots, and I have a question for Mr. Grush. One of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion, Mr. Graves, last night as well, is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that are being witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General, and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these questions are important questions, and I look forward to being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
Thank you. We'll go to Mr. Burchett himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions. Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Favor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle that my wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary and that I love her very much. As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you. Mr. Favor, what astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac, very briefly?
The performance, absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor, do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone. So there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do: range, velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability?
No.
Okay. I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the All-Domain Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
All right, can you describe your experience after you decided to come forward and go public with your experience?
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed. And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially moved forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided to try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
I call it administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares about their career, cares about their clearance, their reputation to climb the ladder. And when you threaten that career path, a lot of people back off. But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends that are very senior, 3 and 4 stars, I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena? Or what is your current thinking of trying to make sense of them?
Well, I'll say, I'm not like a UFO fanatic. It's not me. But I will tell you that what we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
Thanks. On to Ms. Luna.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay. Yeah. I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of AARO, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over AARO in July 2022, as I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of AARO.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you received prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you. So it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail. My next question would actually be for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. The 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you'd be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This object was estimated to be almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video Go Fast incident. Can you just clarify, because to our understanding, the footage was actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up, in regards to the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received cease and desist orders.
So the American public should know that corporations are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second. Mr. Graves and Commander Favor, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
No, not for the acceleration rates that we observed.
Okay. What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile of Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it abuse here. So congressional oversight of conventional special access programs, so I'll use Title 10, so DOD as an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived, bigoted, unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
does that mean
self-fund.
does that mean that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program, but it doesn't, and it goes to something else?
Yes, I have specific knowledge of that. Yep.
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech they're selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have satellites all over the place, some that we're aware of and many that we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second. Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms that were, I could not even explain prosaically. And I have a degree in physics, by the way, as well. And I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately. And I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you've spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Aero thus far. A few of those individuals have also come to Aero that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that information.
I need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S. airspace over Alaska. As the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. In the United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent and accountable. We must make sure that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2022, NASA announced that it was commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces. And I think NASA's work, as they work to identify and highlight
U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate these events. In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that done and people standing up, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyer, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
I would say yes. I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah,
Pilot?
And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, being in the glider and not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to direct this, I believe, to Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically. Right. Certainly, like I've discussed publicly previously, 1930s.
Okay. Can you give me the names and titles of the people with direct firsthand knowledge and access to some of this crash retrieval, some of these crash retrieval programs, and maybe which facilities, military bases the recovered material would be in? And I know a lot of Congress have talked about we're going to go to Area 51, and and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up. But please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the SCIF if we were allowed to get in a SCIF with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitivities.
All right. If any of y'all want to jump in on any of this, you're more than welcome to. What level of security clearance is required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
and I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and, say, somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the Access Adjudicative Authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett. I'll yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Along those lines, Title 10, you may not know this or not, but Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
It's a group of career senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I can go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm a dollar off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know the specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, and if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that is and how to get it in the record.
What
have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
If you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically. Yeah.
Thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor himself were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush.
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there is a requirement for any agency or company to notify, or any agency to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review Process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you. I apologize, my time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the Aero program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and the reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second. But last week, White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay. Now, having said that, I'm going to take you to specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous Phoenix Light case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. There were two things that went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my... duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and go on down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, all of you continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data. And that's an issue with the F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform. And it's a pain in the, we'll just say butt, to get that data off, so, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with the previous two. Being a user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery and full motion video.
I would think, well, in my opinion, I will say things are overclassified. I know for a fact the video or the pictures that came out in the 2020 report that had the stuff off the East Coast, they were taken with an iPhone off the East Coast. A buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified to TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DOD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
I think part of that has been not encouraging reporting. If the problem is not something that can be measured, it's not something that's going to be fixed.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of questioning witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today, testifying. Look, I've been here for 6 months, and I'm pretty skeptical. I don't trust anything in this town. And so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being said, there's been a lot of things that have been said in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So at one point you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured. And the activity, and I got
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans?
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here, because you don't, they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
Okay. One of my constituents actually sent this next question, and I figured I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You've said that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful to describe what I've seen firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that question behind closed doors. Yeah.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay, and so with that being said, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system. And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched. And with that being said, you have mentioned that there's interdimensional potential. Could you expound on that?
Yeah, to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however high, a small percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will, as we say in the Air Force. And then in terms of multidimensionality, that kind of thing, the framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring?
Only a theoretical framework discussion, yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors? Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
you're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
That I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace, not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb, again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down, he said that his FLIR system malfunctioned, and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection, as you would typically see in a test mission. So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about 4 craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on the AT FLIR system shows a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed during the debrief as part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say, I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that if you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield back.
Okay, now we have Mr. Langworthy. Is he here? Okay.
I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today. to discuss this very unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years, got a master's from University of Houston, and I've worked in the private sector for the last, 16 years, 17 years. I do a lot of defense work. So.
Really gold-plated credentials. Commander Fravor, we have all seen the floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with on November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying Tic Tac shaped object?
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a Tic Tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out. And Chad, who took the video, went through all the EO, which is black and white TV, and the IR modes, and there's no visible signs of propulsion. It's just sitting in space at 20,000 feet.
In your career, have you ever seen a propulsion system that creates no thermal exhaust?
No.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the aircraft that you were flying, was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
In your belief, is this flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything else about the November 14th, 2004 incident that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that were tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were involved in the thing, including the video, every one of us is going to do 20-plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, you know, we probe their capabilities. We look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for in the event we need it in the future. For each of you, yes or no question, based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, you know, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is, based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And
No
could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't know.
You know, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a threat to the national security of the United States of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access is denied, I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidences. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you can imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, you know, PPD-19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD-19 or ICD-120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process to do so. Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do you know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. we're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So, Mr. Burchett, do you want to keep going?
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, if she's on, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically to specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, yeah, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be, yeah.
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah, you're referring to actual a public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War, signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article, also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question with 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the Federal Acquisition Regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude or perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel and MUFON and all that.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And so have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes. I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
Very good. Mr. Grush, you've been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not able to respond to. Can you just explain where you're drawing the line and what's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context?
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over wide swaths of airspace. And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially, on the eastern seaboard. The two aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle, nothing tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
I'm over time. Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush.
Purely a sense of duty. I first swore an oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of the uniform.
Commander.
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
Honest. Yeah. This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much. We really appreciate you guys and gals. That's why we need term limits. Y'all keep clapping, us politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
Well, right now, I don't think there is a lot of public options for every man to be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Grush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DoD or whatever the cognizant IGs are, to lead, join me in this discussion.
Commander, and I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division, so.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school, him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu, so thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre, to say the least, but go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts, write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you much, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. I know now we're going to be making some closing remarks, and so I just want to just say a few things. First, to our witnesses, I want to thank all of you for being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also want to just note that today's hearing was both important but also serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Grothman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee staff on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress, and I've only been here for 7 months, but this is by far the most bipartisan conversation and discussion that I have seen happen in the Congress. And I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times. I know, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science as we try to get as most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting. I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here, sticking through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business,
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you, the audience here in the University Aula in Bergen, Norway, as well as viewers around the world, to this year's Holberg debate. My name is Jørgen Sejersted, and I am chair of the Holberg Prize Board. The Holberg Prize is one of the largest international prizes awarded to outstanding scholars within the humanities, social sciences, theology, and law. The prize was established by the Norwegian government in 2003 in homage to the 18th century scholar and author Ludvig Holberg. In addition to the academic events that are held each year in celebration of the Holberg Prize laureate, the Holberg debate is held annually in December in tribute to the intellectual curiosity and energy of Ludvig Holberg. The debate aims to engage prominent academics as well as non-academics in public debate on pressing issues of our time. The topic of this year's debate is the scientific and philosophical question of consciousness. What is it? Where is it? Discussions of consciousness go back thousands of years and have acquired new urgency with modern scientific and technological advances. The title of this year's debate is the question, does consciousness extend beyond brains? On the panel, we are proud to have Professor Anil Seth of the University of Sussex, Professor Tanja Lohrmann of Stanford University, and author and biologist Rupert Sheldrake. We are also very pleased to have David Malone as moderator of this event. David Malone is an award-winning science documentary filmmaker who has made films for BBC and Channel 4 on topics relevant to this debate. His most recent films have been on the promise and threat of artificial intelligence and on the origin of COVID. In 2012, he wrote a book on the global debt crisis, and he is currently writing a book on the evolution of life and consciousness with the working title of From Matter to Meaning. He also finds time for discussing current issues on the podcast Hyperland. So we are very happy to welcome you here to Bergen, and please, David, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Professor Sejersted. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Holberg debate of 2023. As the Professor said, I have spent a lifetime making science, philosophy, and history films for BBC, Channel 4 in the UK, and Universal Pictures. And over the years, I've made about 10 films relevant to this topic of consciousness. I've also, over the years, chaired dozens of debates, so I thought I'd take a moment to explain the structure of this debate. There is a formula for how these debates are generally organized. Usually, the organizers will invite one speaker to be what we might call the defender of the faith. And their job is to explain to you all the received wisdoms and all of the unquestionable certainties which everyone agrees are true. Then there's the heretic. And that person's job is to tell you that nobody agrees on anything and that all of the unquestionable certainties are entirely questionable. And then there's often a third who is a bit like the Social Democrat Centre Party, and their job is to try and agree with this side and then